Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Mumia Obsidian Ali. You know who I am. I need no introduction, right? And you're listening to the Grown Man Hour with my man Bernard Riley, heard weekdays right here on YouTube. What do you think about that? How about that? Now let's get back on with the show. Thank you.
What's up, good people? I always forget to get rid of that. Ever since I've been using that graphic. Hold on. I'm ruining my start. There we go. Now we in the building. What's going on, good people? We are back in the building. Shout out to I had a long extended intro. So a lot of people, okay, I didn't think I was going to be able to make it to the top of the comments. But shout out to the early bird squad, those that make it in bright and early before we even get things started here. Let me turn that off, make sure my audio is good. Do one quick audio check right there. Shout out to Logan JJ. He says, I think he's responding to the title. He says, hell to the no. Why? Because their minds, because in their minds, reality doesn't exist. Or maybe they all have a reality stone. I think that's what it is. I think they do indeed have a reality stone. We will be joined by my guest momentarily. At least she has the link. She does have the link. Let me double check to make sure that, yeah, the link was sent. The link was no doubt sent. So hold up. I'm trying to figure out a thing or two right now. Okay, yep, she's logging on right now. So she is logging on right now. And oh, actually she's down there available in the back chat. So we're about to be getting it in. But shout out to the early bird squad, those that make it in bright and early before we even get things started here today. Shout out to Stoic One. Shout out to Snuggles. Sugar G in the building says, please hit the like button. I don't even know if I've done that. And I went upstairs to get my charger so I can charge my tablet so I can follow along on YouTube to make sure ain't nobody saying nothing crazy in the chat. But now I got to do it on my cell phone. So I'm going to be barely able to see what y'all are saying. So behave yourselves. Shout out to Sugar G. Make sure y'all hit the like button on the way in. We got 101 people in the building. I'm looking at 55 on the likes. We can get that up. Jay the Conqueror in the building. We got John Dukes in the building. A sower of seed, seed of God. Jetro Mullet. He said this will be good. Obsidian will definitely be in the building. Aaron B. Shout out to everybody who's made it on in here. I see Melody in the building, reminding you guys to like on the way in. Who are the two horrible people that hit the thumbs down already? Horrible people. But all right, without further ado, I'm used to saying the man of the hour, the woman of the hour. Right now, Ty City, you need to stop saying kill me. You can go and kill yourself. You don't need nobody's help. Just find a tall building and jump. Nobody's stopping you. Nobody's stopping you from being great and being all you can be. Shout out to Justin March. I don't have a $3 greeting yet, so you will get the until I get a special $3 greeting. You will get that, but without further ado, let me invite Melody in the building. Shout out to Melody. Shout out. So let me invite up my guest. Hello.
Hey.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you for
I know it's early. I know it's early for you on the West Coast. You know, it's like 7 a.m. over there. I was scared I was gonna catch you in a bonnet if we came home too early. You was gonna be in a bonnet like Derek Jackson's wife. But oh shit, hold on. You dropped yourself down.
Oh
wait, hold on. Now there you go. Okay. Sorry. I don't know if I did that or you did that.
Okay.
But anyway, how you doing today? Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. I'm here without a bonnet. I wanted to break the stereotype. I will say I'm the most nocturnal person you will ever meet. So this is probably the earliest I've been up in a really long time. But that's okay.
Yeah, no, I told you I started at 9, and I could tell you was trembling. You was trembling by that 9 o'clock start versus you're on the West Coast. For those that don't know, she's on the West Coast, so it is. What is that clicking? Can you hear that?
Yeah.
I think that has to be your end. I think that has to be your
Okay,
end.
do you hear the mic when I talk?
I'm gonna mute you, and
Crazy.
then we're gonna see if it disappears. Oh yeah, you freezing up. You had started freezing. While you take care of that, I'm gonna talk to the people super chatting, and then we'll see if we get that figured out. But shout out to Ty City in the building. He says, "Let me get my pre-hate off." Debo
I
W in the
wonder.
building. Shout out to you. Wait, hold on. I can. It went away. It went. No, it didn't go away because you were on mute. But shout out to Debo W in the building. Shout out to Deacon Dave with the $1. Where is it? Where is it?
Wait a minute. What's this? This ain't enough. Make it enough.
It was working fine.
It's working fine right now.
Okay. Is it?
It's working. Yeah, no, it's working fine. I don't hear no clicking, and you sound good, and you're not shaking or anything. So we should be good going forward. I just give some backstory here, but just to get things started. You I found out about you through Obsidian, and so that was basically the genesis of this. I guess from there, I guess you saw me on Obsidian or saw Obsidian over here. Then you emailed me, and then we're going from there with it. One thing that sort of, I don't want to say put you on the map like you blew up or something, but the Kevin Samuel, you did an interesting video called "I listened to 50 hours of Kevin Samuels," and that was I actually noticed that. I don't know if I noticed that video before you went on Obsidian, but I did notice that, and it was an interesting video. It's almost like you were doing field research, so to speak. And so I did find that interesting. But before you started even doing I guess this kind of content that you're doing, like what were you doing? I always ask people this. What was your backstory? How did you get into this? Just give the cookie cutter boring question out of the way first. How did you get started? How did you get into all of this?
Well, I was working in the corporate space for about 7 years doing digital marketing, representing, larger companies or smaller companies on like social media, managing their different digital digital platforms. So I did that for a few years, and then the pandemic happened to everyone, and so I got laid off by one of my clients. And I guess a backstory for me is that I always wanted to go independent and eventually work on my own brand for some time, but it just took. I was waiting for the right time. So I think when the pandemic happened for me, it was very much a time of like just looking internally and being like, okay, I could try to go back into another corporate job, or I could do what I feel like I really want to do, which is build my own brand and really get, make my own footprint in the digital space. And so I just really felt like that was the time to just launch and move forward. And so that's how I guess began my YouTube journey. I'm very, very, very new. I mean, I think I started my channel maybe a little bit over a month ago. Now, as far as me learning more about the Manosphere, I'll be very candid and say it was my fiance that just introduced me to that entire ecosystem. I didn't even really know it existed. And as I mentioned, I think in some of my other previous videos, when the first time I heard about it, it didn't make any sense to me. It just was like, what?
What didn't make sense? What?
Well, I guess I was just thinking, my thought was, okay, and my fallacy, I guess, was like, well, men rule the world. Like, they control a lot of the conversation. So why would they need a separate space for them to have a conversation when they're already controlling so much? So that was like this, I guess, it was programming, all of that.
So 2 months ago you were a feminist. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We we gonna sweep that under the rug. We gonna sweep that under the rug and keep it moving. It's fine. It's fine. But no, whenever I hear a woman say that, men rule the world. Why do they need a separate space? Like
I think the ignorance behind that is first you have to ask, okay, well, yeah, there are men who rule the world, but it's like who? What percentage? That doesn't represent your average everyday man, and it certainly doesn't represent most black men. That's
that's part of the things that I've been saying in this space for a while. Whenever people start talking about how that clicking, it's still there, but it's small. We'll work around it. Yeah, always.
Do you want me to try logging through my computer and see if that helps?
Right when you asked that question, it just went click, 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 click.
I can try to log out and log back in on my phone, or try my computer and see if that helps.
Just turn your computer. Yeah, I guess you can try. Okay. I mean, it's coming and going. Okay. It's coming and going, but I guess turn your computer on and start logging in, and we'll just carry on the conversation. And if you could, if we can seamlessly do it, and you can switch without it disrupting everything, then we'll try to make that work. But yeah, whenever women analyze things from a large scale, looking at it from the perspective, I'm gonna mute you up while I'm talking. Analyze things from a large scale and say men run the world. They don't consider the everyday average guy on the ground in the rat race, the worker bee, the construction worker, the assembly line worker. That guy only has the power within his own little household, if he has power in there, depending on how he's running it, because he could be getting pushed around by a woman in the house, but that's his fault if that's happening. But either way it goes, a man, the average man only has power over his little domain, so to speak. But hold on real quick. Shout out to Red Sings the Blues. He says it's the built-in mic, because this is why you need a good mic. Shout out to Red Sings the Blues. Ronald Calhoun in the building. Hold on. Stand by for a second. Good morning, Bernard, Charde, and the Grown Man Hour family. Looking forward to a great showing here in Charde and the old man's take on this one. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. Now, while we desperately try to get things going, I guess while you try to reboot your computer or start your computer, let's go ahead and touch on that first video that you got. Let's go ahead and touch on that first video that sort of de facto at least made me notice you when you had talked about the 50 hours of reconnaissance that you did on Kevin Samuels. I guess after your fiance put you on to the Manosphere and the conversations the man was having, you said you watched 50 hours of Kevin Samuels. What was your take on that? And then we'll go and we'll start from there. And you on mute.
Okay, I'm trying to. I think I got this.
Wait, hold on. Time out real quick. Got to address something. Sisterhood George, I emailed Kendra D actually, and she no, I didn't email her. I don't know her email. Send me her email. I actually tried to email her, and I told her to email me, and she never did, and I don't know where to find her email. So you can actually make yourself useful and send me Kendra D's email, and you might get your wrench back. Make yourself useful. All right. Okay, let's go ahead and start and try again. Okay, there you go. I see you right there. I'm going to drop down. Yep, it's two of you. I'm going to drop down the bad you and bring up the good you, and now mute up the bad you.
Okay.
You got to turn your cell phone off.
Do you hear me? Okay.
Wait, hold on. Okay, now your cell phone is off, and that one is gone, and we should be good going forward.
Okay.
All right. Perfect. All right. Amen. All right. Let's get started.
Sorry about that. This is my, I think, first time on stream. I don't know what about that. We're going to get this taken care of. Technical issues.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you?
All right. Now you're stationary. You got your camera Set, and she's going. That sucks. We're gonna see. I think she's coming back. She's coming back. I used to do like a 5-minute sound check before I bring somebody in, but I got used to everybody stuff kind of working right. And then it got to the point to where I didn't need to do that. But apparently I might have to start back doing that. But I could see them trying to get it fixed. She got Plantation Wireless over there. Let's see. Okay, are you ready? I see two of you down there. I don't know which one to bring up. Okay, I'm assuming that one that you. Okay, so I'm going to remove that one from the studio, and we're going to bring this one up and say something.
Hey, can you?
Okay. All right.
Okay. Sorry.
We might be good. We might be good. All right. Good. Okay. Hopefully, going forward, we straight. I apologize to everybody for the inconvenience, but normally this doesn't happen. But we good. We in the building. We got it started. So let's go. We were talking about when you were started out. Okay, you used to be a feminist, and then you started doing some reconnaissance. Okay. I'm going to be calling you a feminist for the rest of the show. You already messed up, but
that's okay. I've heard this.
But no, you did some reconnaissance on Kevin Samuels, and then what did you come away with? What was your take?
So I would say, oh man, I think my first initial response, and I mentioned this in my earlier video, that my first initial response was like, I just think this guy is a narcissist. I don't understand his issues. He doesn't like women. Like I guess to your point, the typical feminist response, right? But I think another thing that stood out to me was a lot of what he was saying, believe it or not, reminded me of my dad. Like there's something about his energy, his aura. It very much reminded me of my dad. And so I think because of that, I was a little bit intrigued to listen and learn more, because sometimes I think when you hear something from one person or from a parent, it can almost be easy to like dismiss it or be like, okay, that's just him, you know what I mean? And not really take into consideration. And so hearing it out of another person's mouth, or someone else who also had an influence, I was like, wait, somehow it made it a little bit more valid to me. And so that's why, although I was kind of initially annoyed, I was, and then I think as I mentioned earlier, the more I listened, the more things that I heard that I felt like very much started to validate or make sense.
Yeah, they're saying you need to, and I kind of hear the same thing, that you need to just come closer to because I can tell you're speaking through computer speakers. So wherever your speakers are, just try to be closer to them.
Okay. Totally.
Yeah, see, even right there, you sound better. So yeah, just scoot up some.
Okay.
Yeah, that sound better. Yeah, you were sounding real far away.
So so as I mentioned, it was that, I think that was it. I think that's what kind of started to help, in some ways got me interested. It's like this initial response of like, okay, something mine reminds me of my dad. And so although I'm annoyed, I'm going to listen to him. And then again, like I said, seeing that he had a social following, and then the more I actually tried to listen and get past my feelings, I was like, what he's saying actually makes sense. And it actually starts to validate some of my personal experience. And I think that was kind of the beginning or the genesis of me really, really being like, okay, maybe this isn't a crazy idea. Maybe a lot of the things I heard are or were problematic, and maybe there is an aspect of me that really needs to start to think and consider all these things that I was told, all these things that I learned, and whether or not it was actually helpful. And so, like I said, for me, that was very much the beginning of starting to understand, like, there's this entire other side of things. There's an entire other way of listening, or this other perspective that we just simply do not hear. There's essentially 50% of the population's point of view that has been silenced, and that's a problem. So, yeah, that's, I guess, all right. For me.
Gary R. Deemer in the building says, salute Bernard, support for the platform. Appreciate you. When you were saying that other side that you weren't hearing, now you mentioned that you were engage? You want more or less hearing it from your fiance, or
No, we had. I mean,
and I asked that question because you said he's the one put you up on the Manosphere. So I'm like, okay, he's been listening for a while. Was he like silent? He wasn't trying to hit you over the head with it. Like, what was the?
no, I mean, we had, I think, in our process, and I guess in our process of coming together, there have been times where he would call me out on stuff, and it would be kind of like moment of truth, if you will, and I'd have to be like, okay, like I recognize this, and so I think prior to me actually understanding this space, there were certain things that were said, or there were certain interactions that him and I had that I wouldn't say forced the issue, but I think maybe prepared me for understanding some of these things, understanding, okay, where a man is coming from, understanding how a man, and especially Black men, have felt like they haven't been heard. And so it wasn't like that was the first time I'd heard some of those, I think, or felt some of those ideas. I think that was just the first time I'd heard it articulated in a way that was like concise and in that form of a platform, if that makes sense.
Okay. One thing that I did, I went to your channel. I looked at your YouTube and your Instagram. On your Instagram page, I noticed you got a lot of excuse me, I don't know if to say quotes, well, like short videos where you will ask a question to more or less get people on the path to thinking, so to speak.
Right.
And you had asked the question, are men naturally misogynist?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So go ahead and speak on that. You didn't exactly give your opinion on that, but I want you to go ahead and give your opinion on that now. We'll talk about that, because it's clever to just throw the question out there without giving your opinion. That way you don't
well, if you look, if you were following me at that time, so like right when I like kind of launched everything right in January, and so for the first few months I was focusing on different themes. So I think there was like one theme, it was like, okay, we're focusing on beauty. Another time it was like, okay, we're focusing on relationships. Like there's one time that particular month we were focusing on relationships, and so I was essentially asking different questions that I had heard within the manosphere, and then also from more of a female, or what they consider a gynocentric space. And then I was putting it out there, and I'm saying, okay, what do you guys think? So there's one where it was like, okay, well, are men naturally misogynist? And there's another one where it's just like, okay, is marriage oppressive to men? There's another one where it was like, should more women propose? Where there's, so I was throwing out a lot of different questions, more trying to get a sense of where people were at, where people are. And so that was really the premise of that. And then on my website, I kind of elucidated a few more points. I went a little bit into more detail as to, okay, here's my thoughts on the thing. But that was really, I guess, the point behind that. It was sort of like a case study. Like, let's actually hear what people are saying. Let's get the weigh-in of men and women on the space. So
yeah. Now I was going to go a certain route with that, but like when I look up the definition, it says a person who dislikes, despises, or is strongly prejudiced against women. That's something that I wouldn't go with. I don't think men are that, but in this space, and Kevin Samuels got a lot of pushback about it, but a lot of men have simply said that, yeah, men are above women. No, women are not equal to men. Women are, no woman is above me. Women are beneath me. Women are generally beneath men. Now, the interesting direction that I want to go with that, and I do want your thoughts on this, because those statements that I just made, most women, especially recovering feminists like yourself, especially a recovering feminist like yourself, you would hear those statements and you would instantly say, "Oh, that's wrong. That's bad." As most women would. But when a woman, when she talks about the type of man that she actually wants to be with,
right,
she does want him to be better than her in every way. She wants him to be smarter, wants him to make more money, want him to be taller, bigger, stronger, faster, more intellectual. She wants a man to be above her in every way, shape, or form. But if a man says, "Yes, I'm above you," oh, that's and then women have their knee-jerk reaction to that. Like, why is that from your perspective?
Why? Okay, so why is it that women in one instance want men to be better than them, but to not articulate that point?
I didn't put it that way because I think you answered it. They do they want men to be better. They just don't want men to say it, or they want men to be better than them, but they don't want men to know it.
Define better. How do you define
Like
better?
like I just described. If a man is with a woman, if a woman described the
Okay.
ideal guy that she wants to be with,
Okay.
she would want him to be smarter than her, harder working than her, make more money than her, obviously physically superior to her. So we're talking about she would want him to be physically superior, intellectually superior, financially, in any way, shape, or form.
Okay.
She wants that guy to be better than what she is. But
Right.
if men simply say that, yes, I'm better, I'm better than you, I'm superior to you, and then that's like, oh no, don't say that. Do you see the point that I'm making?
Well, I think there's one thing to recognize, like, okay, let's say someone is further along in their career, to your point, or they have more money. I mean, I think it's one thing to be like, yeah, you're better at me in this space versus saying, okay, I'm worth more than you, or my opinion is more valuable than you, or X, Y, and Z. And of course, now it gets really subjective, and there's a lot of nuance to that. But I think at the end of the day, at least I can speak for myself, or what I've seen or heard. Women just want to feel valued in the relationship. So if a person is feeling devalued, or being like, hey, or feeling patronized, I think that's where there's like a pushback. And I think it can get really complicated because
What do you mean
because
by
we
that?
live in a space.
Hold
Huh?
on, what do you mean by that? Feeling patronized. I was.
Patronized, like being put down, or being put
Mm-hmm.
like lesser than. And I think I wanted to kind of explain further, because we live in this space where, like, there's this conception of modern gender roles, right, where women can do the exact same thing men can do, which I don't agree, because
Mm-hmm.
biologically we just cannot. So I'll say that I don't agree with that. But conceptually, in theory, we can. um I think it creates like this it creates this unnecessary competition. And
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the foundation of the point that you said. Like, because if we lived in a space where we weren't competing, and it was like, hey, this is my role and this is a man's role, and we embrace that, then there's not a conversation of, oh, well, I'm better or you're better, or it wouldn't even be that, because it's like we're staying in our lane. But because we live in a context where men and women are competing, and in one instance it's like, hey, well, I can do the exact same thing you can do as a man, but then biologically I think many women are driven to be like, I want to be taken care of. It's like cognitive dissonance. So I
Say
think
that.
I think the modern construct, and I think this modern idea of gender roles is what creates a lot of confusion and unnecessary tension in relationships between men and women.
Which side, and this is where it gets difficult, and I hate when people do this, when they in a broad way, when they say, well, which side is is causing the tension more, because I understand that it could vary from situation to
Right.
situation, person to person, relationship to relationship. But when I look at it, I would say men aren't necessarily causing the tension. I would say men haven't exactly changed that much.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I agree. I agree.
So
I
so
agree.
yeah, it's yeah. So okay, so you agree with that? Is women being told, yes, they can compete with men, they can do what a man can do, and and this is something that Kevin Samuels talks about, like we've talked about a lot in various channels in this space. That yes, as I say all the time, the average woman can get a job working in some air conditioned cubicle somewhere and make enough money to
True.
put a
Very
roof
true.
over her head, have running water, electricity, and or whatever. She can take care of herself. Just like the average guy can go get a
Yeah.
blue collar job on an assembly line, and he could do the same thing. So it turns into a situation where the two don't exactly need each other. I think their life will work better together, but they don't exactly need each other for survival like that.
Yeah.
And it's created in women a viewpoint of, well, if I don't exactly strongly need this guy, then that puts me, it puts her in a place, and I think that's where the high value man things come from. I don't exactly need a man, but if he makes a lot of money, then okay, that's a good deal that I want to take. I want to take. So it's really like you don't value marriage and family, but you do value somebody being able to provide a lifestyle. You know, that's more or less what it looks like. What's your thoughts on that?
So I think that's, I don't want to say it's complicated, but I can say I'm actually in this place right now of really trying to define, okay, at what level do women need men, right? Okay, and I'll explain. So, me obviously soon to be married, and I'm a Christian or a Christ follower, right? So there are very clear, very, very, very close gender roles from like a biblical perspective. And
I hold on real quick. I should have sent you the questions in advance, and you can prepare. If we ever talk again, I'll send you questions in advance. I just, we can put it in the back of your mind. I do got a question coming up, because you asked the question on your Instagram: is the Bible oppressive to women? So that's right. Coming down the pipeline. I want you to get ready for that one. So just okay. Fine, totally okay, but yeah, carry on.
But on that, so there are very, very, very clear gender roles. If you come from that tradition, I believe, or whatever. And so in there, there's certain ideas of, like, for example, how a man and the family of a structure, or for a wife, is to essentially provide leadership for the home. He's to provide vision, and he's provide insight. And he's to lead, which is like, duh, that's obvious. You would think. Would think. But again, like I said, because we live in this modern construct where it's like women are saying we can do the exact same thing that men can do, that order is lost. And so in my process, right, of like learning, okay, what does it mean to become a wife? What does it mean to prepare for this? I've had to really look internally and be like, whoa, like, what were some of the ideas that I believed that were detrimental? And one of them, I think, was really understanding what is the value that a man brings in a woman's life? What is the value that a man brings in my life? And recognizing, okay, it's not just like, oh, well, there's money and there's security or whatever, but it's understanding, like, hey, there's an aspect of leadership literally that this person brings. That doesn't mean that I'm just like a bumbling idiot and I don't understand things. Mm-hmm. But it's recognizing when it comes to like making life decisions and navigating and even recognizing danger, those are things that a man naturally, especially a man in my life, is naturally given the ability to do in a way that's a lot stronger and more powerful than me. And I can say I have many single friends, some of them 40s, late 30s, some of them pushing 50. And I notice how they struggle. I notice how some of these women struggle, and when it comes to making decisions,
okay.
Making
no, go ahead. Decisions. I was going to ask you struggle how, but you went on. You were explaining it. Go ahead.
Making financial decisions, especially relationship decisions, and sometimes some of them, even as young as 20, it's like you see them, and it seems like there's certain women that I found that they just kind of float. It's like they're just floating from one situation to the next, trying to find a sense of direction, trying to find a sense of where do I belong. And I think there's layers to that. I think the way it's been in a lot of cultures for a long time, right, is that there's a family structure and there's a father who really provides identity for that woman or that family, and then he provides structure and leadership, right? And then he essentially transitions that woman into now a husband who kind of helps do the same thing. And so that's the way many cultures have operated for hundreds of thousands of years. Mm-hmm. And I think there's a reason for that. Because, you made a point earlier, okay, women can survive, right? Or they don't need a man, but it's like, well, how do you even define that? How do you define, okay, I don't need a man or I am thriving? Because making money in this kind of system, is that life? Is that really what it means to thrive as a woman, just to have money in the bank? Maybe, you know what I mean? Because that doesn't account for some of the emotional needs, the relational needs, psychological needs. And that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be long term, because to your point, a lot of women were not necessarily taking those high paying, high earning jobs. A lot of are taking, good middle management jobs at best that you may live comfortably when you are working, but when you don't work or when you retire, how are you going to sustain yourself? And so, I mean, I think there's many levels to this, but this idea that a woman doesn't need a man, I think it's false. I think it's a fallacy. And I can say in my life particular, I'm saying, okay, there's a role that the man plays in my life that if I didn't have him, even this the time that we've known each other, if I didn't have him, it would have made it really difficult or harder for me to try to navigate things like the pandemic, even things like my career. There's things that would have been harder for me to advocate or navigate as a single woman, and I can recognize that and value that.
All right, Mr. Fantastic in the building. He says, "Shout out to more proof of content reigns supreme, and the market will decide. Only been at it a few months, just over 1K subs, and killing it with the views, despite no." Despite no mic. That's don't worry about that. That's an inside joke. He's I don't know if you know who Mr. Fantastic is. He's a content
I'm gonna work on that.
No, he's talking about himself because he's a content creator. His channel is thriving.
Oh, okay.
But his sound quality, according to the resident experts around here, has been trash. But he's still thriving and growing. But anyway, actually, no, he did just recently get a new mic. So shout out to Fantastic. Got his mic.
Join him on that venture.
Oh yeah, definitely. Mike and Vince Perkins, he says they don't necessarily want a man to be better in any category. They want a man to be better off. So it's not financial, education, etc. I barely understand exactly his point, but shout out to Fantastic. Shout out to Fantastic for that, and shout out to Mike and Vince. I think I may have missed somebody, so we're gonna try to shout out all of the super chats. Like to thank y'all. We got 400 people in the building, 183 on the likes. Let's get those likes up to about 250 right now. Let's get them up. Hold on. There we go. Everyday Valet in the building. He says a woman may not need a man, but women need men. That is true. It's amazing how men have built society so well that women believe they are doing it alone. That refers to the air-conditioned cubicle that they can go work at because there's a big building that men built, or that a man is running a multi-million-dollar company in that giant building that she can just go pull up in, put on a little headset and do some busy work for 8 hours and get a check to sustain herself. And, or as you said, survive. But yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's more or less what it's about. Shout out to Everyday Valet. Shout out to the $10.
What do we get for $10? Everything you want. Everything? Everything.
Sorry for that. Shout out to Snuggles in the building. Says it would be interesting to hear what this young lady requires from a man. She don't gotta read off her eHarmony dating profile now. I don't like when people, what do you require from a man? I hate when people ask those kind of questions. But shout out to Snuggles.
Hi, I'm Snuggles.
All right. Shout out to Snuggles. See what the young lady requires from a man. And I wonder, the man who raised her, what were his requirements from women? You can briefly, I mean, that's a corny question to me. Shout out to Snuggles. That's the sheet of $5 super chat champion of the world around here. So I'm not gonna you can briefly answer that question. Emphasis on briefly, because I think it's a kind of a corny question, Snuggles. But go ahead, you can briefly answer it.
So we said, what do I require?
No, I would rather you deal with the well, yeah, there it is on the board. You can answer it. You can answer it.
What this young lady requires from a man, and I'm one of the men who raised her, what her requirements. So I will start with the latter question. The requirements the requirements, I grew up in a very strict household. Very strict household. So the requirements first were just to listen. Listen and follow rules. That was pretty much it. And then when we went into certain environments to present ourselves like women, which my dad had a very strict idea of what that meant. That was straight hair. That was like those.
You said straight hair?
Yes. He had a very like kind of older however,
Why'd your hair have to be
idea.
straight?
He's old school. And I'm like, the older generations, like my grandma, great grandma, like hair had to be straight. Natural hair wasn't a thing.
Was his hair fried, dyed, and laid to the side? Like he was one of them back in the day?
Bald. He's been bald since I've been alive.
Okay, I'm thinking he from that era when men was getting their junk slicked back. So I didn't know I didn't know what you meant. Like
for him, it was just straight long hair, preferably. And like I said, you go dress up. Women wear stockings or they wear pearls. Like he just had a way that he felt like this is how women should look. They should just look feminine. So it was his conception of feminine. So
I find that interesting that with the dad that you mentioned your dad multiple times. With the dad that you had, I'm shocked that you had some feminist ideals in your head. Like, how did that creep in? Did that
without wanting to go into wanting to be mindful of the parties at play. I feel like it's nearly impossible to grow up in a country like America and not have at least some form of feminist ideology, or at least not to have been and not been fed to you. Because
that's true. A lot of black men are actually feminists, in my opinion. Yeah, right. So yeah.
I'm like to be. I feel like to be. That's almost especially as a black woman. As a black woman, like that's pretty much that's everything that you hear. So there's not this idea of like, oh, what I'm believing is feminist. To you, it's just this is just the way it is. This is just like is like main beliefs, if that makes sense. So I would say for him it was like, you just basically just try to look nice, try to be pretty, and just obey your parents. I mean, that was my conception. And then, as far as getting in a relationship, men don't like women who just talk too much, just yap. All right,
let me that was a opportune moment to cut you off. You said men don't like women that just talk. Let me cut you off real quick.
What I heard.
Let me cut you off real quick on that note. So you talk about how your dad, how he was kind of strict on that. You mentioned obeying what your parents say. Then you throw in that you're a Christian and this or that or blah blah blah. So did you come to it like with your fiance, soon to be your husband, thinking that you had to obey him, or was it like, no, that's what you did with your dad, but you ain't no man gonna be having me obey him when I'm grown? Like, was that your all right? And I said, you glanced over, you looked at him. I saw that.
No. I'm like, I'm looking through my sorry, I'm working my equipment right now. As it's, what do you call a plantation? My plantation internet.
Plantation wireless. Plantation wireless.
Yeah. So, no. So, I would say no. Absolutely. And I mean, I don't even know if the word obey is the right word. I think the word submission would be a better idea.
I think obey is in that Bible that you believe in. I think it's in there.
Submission, yeah, no, absolutely.
No, obey.
No, obeying. Yes, there's okay. So let's just quick, obeying, especially when the context of kids, like children for parents and things like that. Yeah, and then of course there's conception of obeying or honoring authority. I mean, it can get really rhetorical, because at this point now we have to look at, okay, what Bible, what translation, what version, so words.
That's why
words
I can't stand it. Yeah,
that's really confusing. But as far as the actual principles, of course, a woman is to submit to the authority in her home, similar to the way that a man would submit to, the higher power of God or something like that. So that idea, to me, no, there was never an issue. Just like, oh, well, I'm gonna have a man in my life, I'm not gonna respect him or honor him. I'm gonna do everything that I want as if I'm single, because that just doesn't make any sense. Like, anytime you're in a relationship, even when you're in a friendship, there's a level of compromise. There's a level of, okay, I'm going to take what you think into consideration. It's just obviously that role. I feel like the unique dynamic of being like in a romantic relationship is, here's a man in my life, and I need to treat and respect him accordingly. I can't treat him like I would a girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know if that answers your question.
Oh no, it was good enough. It was good enough. Mr. Shane Vitch is in the building with a 666 super chat. Wow. Pandora's box was open and there is no going back. Those days are long gone. Protect yourself, fellas, and don't save them. Shout out to excuse me again. Shout out to Mr. Shane. All right. Moving on forward. I mean, well, we kind of stumbled into it. I'm not going to go too deep into it because I'm not going to lie. It's been a minute. It was a time when I used to surgically dig through the Bible and had some commentary on some parts of it, to put it mildly. But just so let's briefly touch on that, because I scratch my head when I hear or see or listen to Christian women. Let's just deal with the question. Is the Bible oppressive to women? When my reading of the Bible, I have a hard time understanding how. I mean, unless a woman is on some, I'm walking with my head down around men. I don't know how a woman can, cling to the Bible, but then still have like a strong, I'm a free, independent woman type of mentality. I know Kevin Samuels did a woman. I mean, Kevin Samuels did an actual they did multiple shows on the Christian feminist. You see what I'm saying? So. Yeah. But let's just deal with the whole, is the Bible oppressive to women?
Well, I think something to recognize is that people can use the Bible to essentially validate any of their thoughts. I mean, a person can take a verse out of the Bible, Judas hung himself, and they can justify suicide. So people use the Bible to justify slavery. People use the Bible to justify abuse. So you can take all things out of context.
In the same book where you can, I would say, pretty much legitimately justify slavery in the Bible, it's enough scriptures in there to justify abolishing it too.
Exactly.
Yeah. So my point, it's a moral grab bag. Whatever you come to the Bible with, if you spend enough time, you can find your views in there some way, somehow. Right. Even if you got to twist and turn it a little bit.
Right. And I think that goes to, you have to look at a person's, to me, it always goes down to the intention. If a woman has decided, hey, I want to do whatever I want to do, and I don't want anyone to tell me otherwise, they're going to find a Bible verse. They're going to find some, I don't know, Buddhist chant. They're going to find some motivational words. They're going to find anything to justify what they want to do. And I think also, the primary issue we have with a lot of churches, and I don't want to harp on churches per se, but this is a big thing, is that many are about making money. They're not necessarily about changing people's lives and transformation, which is essentially the whole premise of the gospel, is transformation, is a person's eyes being open, et cetera, et cetera. Many are about just making money. And there is a market for telling women what they want to hear. And
shout out to Derek Jackson on that one.
Right. There is money to be made when you do so. And I mean, you have everything from the weight, and you have, the promise and all these different things, which in theory, I'm not necessarily against, but I mean, there is a multi-million-dollar business off of telling women, hey, you can do this, you can do that, and God's going to bless it. There's tons and tons and tons of books based upon that. And I think that's one reason that there's a lot of women who are unable to sustain truth, because they've been fed lies for so long that anytime they hear something that is truthful, but it may be contradictory or it may seem
well, hold on. Right now, you're talking about people's reaction to the Bible. The question is the Bible oppressive to women?
No, and okay, maybe I said that. They said that wrong, because I don't mean the reaction to the Bible is do you believe it or it's right or wrong. I'm talking about just in general, maybe accountability. I think going back to your original question, is the Bible oppressive to women? Mm-hmm. No, I don't think so. And then you would said something earlier about you don't understand how women can read the Bible and but then also be feminist.
Well, okay. Well, let me throw this out there. There are scriptures in the Bible, and we're going to get into the old law versus new law, but there are scriptures in there. If a woman is found out not to be a virgin on her wedding day, she could be stoned to death. I don't know how that's not oppressive, and I don't know how. I never understood how women can square that when. That's why I say a woman's proper reaction to a reading of the Bible is definitely not what women who carry the Bible around are doing. Because we're talking, I mean, that's some serious oppression in my eyes. As somebody who wants men
who were caught in adultery were also stoned, and also a man would be was punished if he I'd have to find the exact scripture, but it's like if he ejaculated a certain amount of times, he was punished. I mean, you can really get nit for nap, because there's all kinds of things in there where, like, okay, if a man does this, a woman does this, they were stoned. And so from what I understood your question.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. So from I'm like, if we want to go to the Old Testament and say, okay, who has it worse? I'm like, the whole purpose of that is no one can live up to that law, because it's utterly ridiculous. When I say oppressive, as far as like, I'm thinking as far as like, okay, a woman's place, right? Or a woman, how she's created. And to me, I'm thinking back to the comment that you said earlier, like, I don't understand how a woman can say that they are a Christian or whatever and kind of be this independent minded, doesn't want to work with a man kind of mindset. So I'm saying, no, I think when I actually understand what is the role and the purpose of a woman, and you want to use that whether it's from a biblical standpoint or just, I think even apart from that, I just think the role of a woman, period, operating in context of a man, I don't think it's oppressive. I don't think it's oppressive to submit to your man. I don't think it's oppressive.
No, I don't think that part is oppressive. It's a bunch of other stuff in there, but like I said, I said I'll briefly touch on it because it's been a while since I really dug into
and
that.
Like at that point, if we really want to, we have to bring chapter and verse, and then you have to look at, okay, what canon? Like, this can go really deep. What canon? Because you're reading one particular canon. There's canons in Ethiopia, in Syria, in Greece that are different than what we have here, and so now we're getting into different political argument. I mean, it can go very, very deep.
Okay, so let me get caught up.
I think.
Yeah, let me get caught up. Go ahead and finish up. Go ahead and finish. I got to get caught up on my super chats.
Yeah, no. So that's why I said before, I prefer to really going back to the principle. I think is really important, because it can, to your point, you can get bogged down on, well, this says that says that, well, that translation says this, that language, that word. And in that argument, you really lose the core of, like, hey, ultimately, if you are a person that wants to do whatever you want to do, you're going to find something somewhere to justify it. But if you're actually wanting to grow and evolve, and if you're either wanting to live for God, or if you're wanting to, work with your partner, whatever, if you have genuine intentions, then that's going to override any, this particular chapter says this or that particular verse says that. And I hope I'm making what I'm trying to.
No, understand where you're going. E. Capone in the building. Appreciate the super chat. Dallas Cowboys in the building. Shout out to you. Salute. I think I already saw that one. Where we at? I appreciate everybody coming through. We got 420 people in the building. Make sure y'all hitting the like button. I see Fatal Dose says something interesting, so I got to work my way down to what Fatal Dose is talking about. He says, I'm the one talking feminist talking points against the Bible. Mr. Shane Vicious in the building says, Team Jackson AME Church opening soon in San Fratlanta. Why do you say Fratlanta? I don't know. Is that a place? I don't even know. But shout out to Mr. Shane Vicious in the building with the $2 super chat.
These last $2. I'm not gonna lose.
Everyday Valet in the building says, LOL, I'm thinking about opening a church here in GA to check a bag, but I don't believe that garbage. I can sell dreams. Shout out to you. Appreciate that. Fatal Dose in here. He says something interesting here. He says, hey, Bernard, you're picking up feminist talking points on the Bible. The man she did it with was supposed to be stoned to death with her. That's something that she said there. And like I said, it's been a while since I dug into that. and that's why I'm pumping the brakes on that, because I haven't dug into that for a while. But it's I could I've won a lot of debates on that subject, but I'm gonna leave it alone from now, because I don't want to stumble through passages and scriptures, and then
Okay.
if I quote, when you quote the Bible, if you don't quote it exactly right, somebody gonna say that you did something wrong or said something wrong. So I'm gonna punt on this one. But no, the Bible. Look, the Bible is a brutal book. It's very brutal, but that's just my opinion on it. But we don't got to go there. But shout out to Snuggles. Is cooking and cleaning part of a woman's job? Snuggles with what's your favorite color type of questions. But shout out to Snuggles.
Hi, I'm Snuggles.
All right, I guess you can very briefly answer that one.
Is cooking and cleaning part of a woman's job? I mean, I don't know that I would say it's a part of their job, but I feel like, well, actually, no, take that back. Let me think on that. I feel like 99% of the time, like women should know how to cook and clean in order to actually, in order to just satisfy the man in the relationship. Now, there's people who exist in a more modern concept of relationships, and that may not necessarily be the point. But the most men that I know want a woman who cooks. I don't know if that's biology or if that's just, I don't know. But I think as a woman, especially if you're thinking, okay, women creates kids and is generally the one that's responsible for helping to maintain them. Both obviously men and women are, but as far as the nurturing aspect, that generally is more of the woman's role. If you create a baby, you want to be able to feed them. So I don't think it's like, oh, men can't cook or they can't help with cleaning, because especially in this modern context where it's like sometimes both parents are working full time, there needs to be a little bit of a shared responsibility. But I certainly feel like
you kind of fumbling on that question.
No, I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to explain myself.
No, I mean,
for me, yes.
You could have just said.
I could say for me, 100%, yes. I need to learn how to cook and clean. I guess the reason I have a hard time being like, oh yes, this is our job, is because the context we live in, it's like you have men and women who are both 50-50. So to me, that brings up a bigger question of like, okay, is this a 50-50 dynamic? If it's a 50-50 dynamic, both share it. But if it's a traditional dynamic, then yeah, that's the role of the woman.
I mean, the shorter answer to that question is yes, but I say that the answer is yes, but then after the yes is established, then all the but in this situation, blah 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 can happen. But I mean, the short answer is always generally yes on that one, because even when two people are working together, and from my perspective, the man is usually working more hours. So she's the woman.
Right, and to your
point, when I was married, it just naturally we both worked. I mean, I got married real young, so we both were working. We both had to work, but I naturally was the one picking up more overtime and working more hours. So she was home first with the kids. So quite naturally, she was in there doing some cooking. But so
yeah, I mean, I have
but I still did some cooking too from time to time. I mean, it's gonna go both ways. But in general,
right.
The first quick answer is a quick. The answer is a quick yes, and then the odds and ends. That's where I'm at with it. Where let's see. Hold on. I had a good one. All right, and I'm pulling all of this right off your Instagram page.
That's right.
You had asked a question where you had said, are white women prettier than, I suppose, black women? All right.
Yeah.
What's the thought process behind even posing that question? What's your thoughts on that?
Beauty standards.
What do you mean?
Beauty standards. How our beauty standards, our concept or conception of beauty is based upon more Eurocentric conception. And to be more specific, the reason I brought this up is because in lieu of the divestor movement, or the SYSBM and then the colorism. Like there's all these ideas, and especially you have a lot of dark women that are saying, hey, I am being overlooked by Black men. That's the primary narrative I hear, is that Black men do not like Black women. And so that's why I wanted to tackle that.
Yeah, but okay, so do you do agree that that's a bunch of BS?
Oh, yeah. Totally.
Okay.
I mean, I also have, if you look further down on my content, you
did acknowledge that 85% of Black men are married to Black women, and 83% of Black men that make over 6 figures are married to Black women as well. So yeah, you've been listening around in this space, because that's something that we've talked about, that we've pointed out here, that despite of everything what they're saying about beauty standards in a free country where people can do what they want, freedom of association, be with who they want to be with, Black men are overwhelmingly choosing Black women. So then that begs the question, is that, going back to the first thing you said, beauty standards, I don't necessarily buy that out the gate. I guess I just don't understand. I think beauty standards is a catchphrase where, oh, it's just European beauty standards. I mean,
that's what I'd have to explain. I'd have to articulate.
Well, let me explain this, and I want to get your reaction to this.
Okay.
Coming out of the 80s into the early 90s, what was put out there in front of us? I mean, I do understand that media matters, and what was put out there is, yeah, a lot of blonde bombshells, a lot of very skinny, big-breasted women with long, flowing blonde hair. That was put out there in front of us. But even though that was what was advertised to us, what did Black men say that they wanted? We like the small waist and wide hips and a fat ass, basically. That's when Baby Got Back and all that came from. So even though we were being sold skinny women with fake breasts, we looked at with our women on average naturally had more than other women, and promoted that and gravitated towards that, and naturally wanted that, and still want that to this day. When Kevin Samuels is fighting against Black women to get down to a size 4, he's also fighting against Black men too, because, you know, I'm even guilty. I like them thick, but, you know, not, you know, so that's where I say the
culture.
That's where I say the beauty standard thing is a bunch of BS. Because despite all of it, Black men still gravitate towards things that are more prominent with our women. So it sounds like sour grapes to me when people are talking about that. Or I don't even know if sour grapes is the right word. It just sounds like I don't know, it's subconscious, it's how y'all feel about it. I think it's more so Black women feel like white women are prettier, and then they do a lot of projecting. Do you think that's a major part of it? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think it's important to contextualize, because beauty standards, that's a very broad term. So it's like, it's important to contextualize, okay, how are we using this? What's the context of this? Are we saying general American beauty standards? Are we saying beauty standards in the Black community? Are we saying beauty standards as it pertains to mate selection? So I think it's really important to contextualize. And actually on my blog, I went a little bit into more detail about that, as to how that affects, I feel like, okay, Black women and white women, how that affects economic things like that. So I try to contextualize it, so it's not just like, I'm not just saying like, oh, well, all Black men prefer Black women who look white or something like that. Because I'm like, no, that's not what I'm saying. So it's really important to contextualize. So I'll say that. To your point earlier, I do think you hit upon something that I think is really important. That there's a lot of Black women who sometimes they feel internally that maybe they're not as beautiful if they don't have like a really long blonde weave, or if they're not doing like the highlighting or different things that lie themselves, or, you know, there may be a lot of self-hate that's internalized, and then that can be projected. I think there is some of that. And I mean, you know, there's terms for that, Miss Anne syndrome, right? Which is essentially, you know, a Black woman who desires that, however you want to put it, but it's essentially desires to be like a white woman. I don't really know how else to put it. And so I think there's levels to this. But what I'm not saying is that like, oh, beauty standards, yeah, white women are prettier than Black women across the board. No, that's not what I'm saying. Now, what I would say within a European construct, yeah, obviously whiter women are going to be considered more beautiful. And why do we know that? Because generally prettier women have access to more wealth. And in a European construct, it is European women or whiter women that have more wealth. It's Black. I mean, look, I think it's white family has 8 times the wealth of a Black family, something like that. I'd have to go and look at the exact stats, but it's something like that. So within a European construct, are Europeans more beautiful than other cultures? Absolutely. So, I mean, there's that argument. But as far as I think within Black culture,
that's still kind of a cart before the horse argument. I mean, white people have more wealth, and most people tend to marry within their race. So quite naturally, white women are going to inherit, or let me phrase it this way: the white women who are fortunate enough to marry a top, 5 to 1% or higher white man are going to inherit more wealth naturally. So it's almost so I don't know. So I guess I don't understand what you're saying, but that's a evidence that they're more beautiful in a European construct. I mean, I think that's just people generally sticking with themselves. Like if Black people owned more wealth in this country, which I always say, a lot of the wealth that the average white person owns is just tied up into houses. People tend to buy houses when they get married. They get married more. They buy more houses. They own more property. Most property is what makes up a lot of the wealth that own. So we really just need to start buying more damn houses. That's really what it comes down to. Being able to, I think you talked about the average. I think the average white family, the wealth is somewhere in the net worth is somewhere in the area of 111,000, 180,000. I forgot what it is. Most of that is just the house. So, so yeah, I don't see how that's the evidence of them being prettier. I think a lot of it is internal. I do want to get to something real quick. Well, Surrogacy, shout out to you. He says, well, what's going on today with wild women? Would you rather women today or mostly feminine women of yesterday who knew the threats of law? Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Mr. Chainvich is in the building. He says the answer is yes. Not being fat helps a lot. I think he's referring to the should women's role be to cook, the question asked by Snuggles. I think that's what he was referring to. Snuggles back in here. Okay, blah blah blah. Do you blame shout out to Snuggles? Do you blame Madam CJ Walker for what she did to create a new look for women's hair? Do you think the beauty standard started with her? We're gonna put a pin. We're gonna put a okay. Well, you answered it quick. All right. I'm about to share something real quick. Okay, this was what you posted. Now I found this interesting because even when you as a Black woman is asking the question, a rhetorical question nonetheless, but you're asking the question, putting it out there, are white women prettier than Black women? The Black woman that you used is, I mean, that she could very well have 2 Black parents, but she look like she could be borderline biracial, and she got some blonde hair. So it's like, even when you put the comparison and you found a Black woman to make the comparison to start the whole thought process, you used a Black woman who could very well be biracial and with blonde hair. So I think it's something going on there where most of it is in the head of Black women, where I think it just goes back to how y'all generally feel about it. And I understand that y'all are women and y'all going to be in y'all feelings. That's kind of what women do. Women feel, you, like, for example, you talked about the wealth in this country. We talked about white man's general wealth in this country, and and there's a lot of Black women who look at it to the point to where they could see a regular white guy who's a construction worker and a Black guy who's a construction worker, and they see that white guy as more valuable, or more like he's on the winning team, so to speak. There's a lot of Black women who actually think like that. But for me, from my perspective, I can care less. I'm not going to get in my feelings about that. I'm going to be who I am and do what I do. and the black woman who clearly prefers me over any other man because she's with me, and that's I'm not overthinking it about that general concept. And I think women, I don't want to say y'all overthink it, y'all overfeel it, and then that's how y'all come up with all the, colorism this or colorism that, or white European beauty standards and everything. I think it's just an overfilling. Y'all are feeling a certain type of way, but it really doesn't necessarily have to be that way.
Can I? Yeah. Can I?
Oh, you want to respond to what I said? I kind of yeah. You can respond to what I said about you used a blackish woman in the comparison with blonde hair.
Yeah. So, and I will. I guess I understand what you're saying, where it's like a lot of this is blown out of proportion. And if you look, I have another post where it says colorism, featureism, texturism, or attitude. So I address this idea where, no, a lot of the times the reason you're getting overlooked, or you're saying, oh, black men don't like this or this or that, it's because of your attitude. It's not because of your texture of your hair, of your dark skin. So I totally agree with you there. And I addressed that in some of my other posts. That particular article was looking more in detail from beauty standards on a larger scale. And again, because we live in a society that was literally established by Britain, I think we can generally understand that this society is constructed based upon European standards. Like that, to me, that shouldn't be a pretty big argument. Everything from the dermatology that we use, like the skin, like the hair. When you go to cosmetology school, they teach you how to do more whiter hair. So like, that's just a general argument. There's to me, I'm like, that's just common sense. But to your point, I do agree that a lot of times Black women can take that so far out of context and use it as an excuse and be like, oh, well, Black men don't like me because I don't look like Becky and they only like white women. And it's like, no, that's actually just because you have a bad attitude. Yeah, there's some bias sometimes in the way that people are portrayed. There's historical data for that. Literally the way, again, like I said, cosmetology, dermatology, you go to the beauty section. So yeah, you can argue that. But the issues in the Black community, I think, have a lot more to do with attitude. I really believe that. And I may not be liked, but I think it has a lot more to do with attitude than Black women not liking white women. Because to your point, even when things are pushed and they push the blonde this, the blonde that, a lot of Black men just prefer their women. A lot of men prefer their women because men, you generally want women that look like that. And that's where I totally agree. Yeah. So that what I said right there, that what I was saying are white women prettier, I wasn't using that to say, therefore, this is why Black men don't like you. That I wasn't going that feminist route, because I know that that's a common idea out there, and I don't agree with that. I've seen it all the time where colorism, featureism, texturism, Black men are the biggest colorists, and I completely disagree. I think colorism go on both ends. I know that there are Black men who are colorists. I know that there are Black women who are colorists. I've seen it. I've seen Black women be like, oh, look at him, he light skinned, or he got those green eyes, and literally prefer a lighter skinned man. So I'm like, so I want to make sure that I'm clear that I'm like, I don't agree with that feminist ideology, Black feminist ideology that's out there.
Right. Yeah. Do you think that, and this is something that we've talked about on this show, and I actually talked to someone in real life, I talked to a couple women in real life that believe this, that what men like and what men find attractive, do you think, like, how much of it do you think that the media, well, let me break it down like this. A woman literally said that she thinks that men just go with what they're told is attractive, and it's not necessarily a primal or hardwired thing, but they think it's socially engineered. Like, we're socially engineered to think A is more attractive than B, and that's generally the basis of it, that we're ultimately just told what we're going to like. And what I always say to that, like, nobody had to tell me that Gabrielle Union was more attractive than Leslie Jones, just like nobody had to tell you Morris Chestnut was more attractive than Flavor Flav. Yeah. But this goes back to the beauty standard and the colorism thing and everything, even though I tried to use all people who were heavily melanated, but it sort of goes back to that, where women don't think that men have good critical faculties in judging what they can look at and find attractive. They think that it's outside forces telling them what's going on. Otherwise, it would be not very much talk about colorism or European standards of beauty and all of that. What's your takeaway on that?
Wait,
I
okay,
asked the question. I
so
asked
just
the
so I'm clear,
question,
you're
answered
saying,
it, and then rambled. So my bad. But go ahead if you can.
no, so I just want to make sure. So you're saying that there's people who believe that men are socialized to like certain things, or socialized to prefer certain things over the other, versus it being biological.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I would say, I know if you do like a study on, or okay, my first answer would be I'm not sure. I'm not totally sure. And the reason I can say that is, as I mentioned before, we can look at different cultures and know that there were certain things that were considered beautiful, right? Like, for example, there's certain tribes in Africa where like a gap in a tooth was like a sign of beauty. That's what men desired. You mentioned this before, like wider hips and big bosoms, like that's, in many African cultures, that's desirable because that's seen as a woman who can be fertile.
Yeah,
right?
but that goes back to the biological point. Is
right. And
that's
so, but then
hardwired
according
into
to
us?
Kevin,
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
but yeah, but according, even if you look back, the conception, some people could argue that the conception that Kevin Samuels uses for beauty, some could argue that could be based upon a European standard, because he's like, okay, size 4. And an African centered beauty standard, women who are voluptuous and who are full are considered more beautiful. Where in European standards, traditionally, it was the very, very, very small, petite women that were considered as beautiful. So that's where for me, I'm like, I can't say that I know. I'd have to really do like a deep scientific dive to know, because we do see different cultures valuing different aspects in women as beauty. And you have to wonder, is it biological? Is it environment? Is it a mixture of both? I tend to think it's a mixture of both, but I can't say that I've done enough research on that to know for sure.
All right. Code still in the building. He says a much higher than average percent of Black women have had babies out of wedlock with Dusties. That's what makes them unattractive for serious relationships. That's definitely a factor in the equation. Definitely a factor.
I do think.
Appreciate the super chat. Go ahead. You're about to say something.
No, I was gonna say, I do think there's a lot of times that Black men are, like, the general population of Black men are judged for the bad decisions or the bad character of a very small percentage. And I guess that goes back to the 80-20 rule, however you want to put it. But women, I think Black women in particular, we are socialized, or some can argue socialized or biology or just bad training. But either way, many of us will choose a certain type that we see as like hyper masculine, which, to your point, may be the Dusty or the Pookie and the Ray Ray. You do that, when you're young 20s, and then you pass by the good guys. You pass by the guys who are doing something with their life, who are building, and then you get 30 or you get 40, and it's like you want a good guy, and they're like, you didn't want me when I was young because I wasn't the cool one, or because I didn't portray this image that you saw as sexually attractive.
Yeah, I mean, I don't make that. I mean, a lot of people make that argument. I don't make that argument as much. I do think it's true that with a lot of Black women that they are horrible at picking a father for their kids, but they know how to knock it out the park when it comes to picking a stepdad, which means they know a decent man when they see one. So right. I will make that argument, but I don't. I typically try to. I don't. the way that you
say that anecdotally in my life and what I've seen.
Yeah. Oh no. And that's a common thread in this space. It's a common thread in this space. I don't do the whole "well, you didn't want me back then" type of thing. I mean, that's where it gets weird. That's where the conversation gets weird to me. But it is worth pointing out that I do think that a lot of Black women do have atavistic or primitive mating choices and criteria, and then once they get past a certain point, they find themselves overweight, over 30, with a bunch of kids by a bunch of men. Then then that's when they call it in the Kevin Samuels show, trying to figure out how to get a high value man after the game is pretty much over. So that is a thing. That is a thing. But I don't personally. I can acknowledge and see those arguments. I don't personalize them like that. Like, you didn't want me then, because I don't necessarily like that when we go that route with it. But there there are things worth pointing out. Andrew Wilkins says, when most black women say they think black men prefer white women, they're lying. Black women use that as an excuse to be jealous of white women and to chase white men. Ew, okay, yeah. Let's what you think on that one?
I agree with that. I agree with that totally. That comment.
Yeah, okay. You agree that black women chase white men?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, totally.
Okay.
And that was kind of to go touch upon what I said earlier. That was kind of me starting to address that argument of, okay, are white women prettier than black women? Because I think that's a common argument that black women use as an excuse to go for white men. They say, oh, black men think white women are prettier, so therefore I'm going to divest to a white man. And I'm thinking, you do understand that the white man that you're going to is generally created the beauty standard that you say oppresses you. So that doesn't make any sense. I would think you would go for the man that appreciates your beauty naturally, because black men usually want kids that look like them. But so that was kind of one of the reasons that, like I said, I even started to touch upon that and wrote on it. But yes, dance report, yes.
Evie now in the building. She says, just keep the fitness up, drink more water, and smile. And smile. Shout out to Evie. Now it is worth pointing out when you're talking about different cultures, and yes, you mentioned some African cultures that do like them voluptuous, and you spoke about how Kevin Samuels could be talking about what is considered a European beauty standard when you're talking about a size 6 or size 4. But the fact of the matter is, if a woman just generally goes her whole life eating a healthy diet,
right,
she's going to be a size 6 or size 4. So that beauty standard isn't based off this is what gets white men aroused. It's based off what's healthy. So when you talk about the right. BMI, I just shouldn't say the beauty standard. I should say the BMI is based off what's healthy. So that is worth averaging into the equation. Even though I get aroused by a woman who weighs a little more and has a little more extra meat in certain places, that I can acknowledge that that's a personal thing, but I still can acknowledge that what's being talked about over there is healthy and it's better for people and better for women in general, or people in general, to be over there with what he's talking about as much as humanly possible. So that's why I don't want to equalize those two things. I understand that what I have a kink for, I'm not going to try to normalize it.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
If this is considered healthy, that's what healthy is, and that's the healthy standard. And women, in general, the general rule of thumb is better to be smaller than bigger if you're a woman. So that just goes without saying. But shout out to Evie now in the building.
I wonder, and I wonder, because I kind of feel like, and correct if I'm wrong, but I feel like the reason Kevin Samuels, he's giving the 4 and the 6, and he's setting these benchmarks, is because we have generally gotten so far away from what healthy is that it's like you have to now kind of reestablish the norm. And I think if we were just at a healthier place all around, then we wouldn't need to be having this conversation. But because there's so much obesity, then now it's like, okay, we have to reestablish what's going on here, and there has to be a starting point.
No, yeah, I agree. That's why I say, and even black men, even if you prefer a size 8 over a size 2, I say don't give Kevin Samuels any pushback, because he's doing the Lord's work. Because if he's going to help just the overall consciousness or mindset of black women just get to a point where they're thinking health conscious and thinking about better long-term outcomes in relationships with men, and their fitness is an important part of it, he's doing the Lord's work. So we should get out of his way, even if we do like to see a lot of booty meat jiggle. But that's so we need to get out the way and let him and let the man work. That's my good stuff. That's my perspective on that. Evie now in the building says, P.S. most African women are smaller. Yeah, I mean they don't got as much. Okay, yeah, I've talked to I've dated a couple women. Well, really seriously dated one woman from Kenya, and I'd dated a chick. We didn't go nowhere, but we dated a chick from Germany, and she used to go back and forth from the U.S. to Germany, and the chick from Kenya. But I mean, both of them told the same story. When they came to the U.S., they gained weight, and then they had to work hard to keep it off. Or when they would go back home, they would lose it, and then come back over here and gain it, and can go back home and lose it. So yeah, we got it all wrong here with the food in America. But that most African women are smaller. We tend to have flat stomachs, just curvy. Being fat is not considered beautiful as young women before marriage. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Everyday Valet says men like the type of women that have made him feel good. Men like the type of women that have made him feel good. Okay, yeah, sex wise in the past. We live off our past experiences. All right. I know there's a lot of people who sent super chats that I missed. I think Leo Anthony told me I missed his super chat. The chat is moving fast. I can't keep up with all of them. Let me get to one last thing I wanted to throw here. We actually kind of touched on this, but this was something that I was saving for the end. Something that just an epic going down in history moment on Kevin Samuels' show, where it just everything that I've been saying for a while, that Kevin Samuels have been saying, that everybody's been saying for a while, a woman just on the fly repeated it back after she came in talking about oppression and we're hurting and we're this and we're that, and that's why black women are acting the way that we're acting. And then when Kevin Samuels shot down her argument, then the truth came out. I want to play that clip. We'll talk about that, and if you got time, we'll open it up for some callers. I'll make sure everybody behave, because I came out the gate and called you a recovering feminist. I think you still got a little bit of it in you, but you're trying to work it out. You're trying to work it out. So they probably gonna come up. I'm gonna make sure they don't come up all guns blazing at you if you got time for when it opens up. But we're gonna play this. We're gonna play this clip, and we're gonna get your reaction to it, and then reaction to some of the people that are going to be coming up. But here it is.
Okay.
Your grandmother, your great grandmother actually could work with a black man with more trauma.
Because they understood that the black woman and the black man are on the same side. Now that we are all free and independent and we could do whatever we want to, why would we seek to, be one with the black man? We even think that being...
Thank you. Clip it, slice it, put it on World Star.
All right. That
so
was
I'm having to move locations.
That was the one. That was the clip that pretty much said it all right there. She I think somebody said she sounded like she was programmed. The link is in the chat, fellas. Come up and behave yourselves. She did tell me, and even though it could be her excuse, if it get too hot, she has an out, she can run. She did tell me she had some appointments or something she potentially had to do. So just if she take off running, she did tell me in advance that she did have something to do. So
yeah,
but
I can probably do about another 2 minutes now. Have to. But
we'll see how it goes. Melody in the building says being skinny isn't a European. Being skinny isn't just a European treat. If you look at if you look at Soul Train videos back in the day, you will see black women are naturally small as well. Yep, no, absolutely,
totally. And I agree too that because I've heard people use that even if you want to use traditional or whatever African beauty standards, they're not saying, oh yeah, you can be 400 pounds overweight and we like you. I don't think there's really any culture that prefers bodies that will be considered unhealthy. I don't think there's any culture that does. Now there can question, I'm like, okay, wider hips, booty, thighs versus not. I mean, you can get particular there, but I think generally speaking, most cultures have always been like, yeah, women, you should be healthy. I don't think that's like common sense.
Right. Captain Sicko in the building says Kevin Samuels, the one must confront Oprah and Steve Harvey and hold her accountable for misinformation she been putting out there. And yes, Melody met trait isn't a European trait. I see a lot of people correcting it in the chat. But shout out to Mr. Fantastic in the building. What's going on?
Hey man, what's up? What's going on with you?
Nothing, man. Another day at the office, man. What you
Hey,
got?
shout out to the guest. So you're engaged currently?
Yeah.
And when's the big day?
40. Well, I think 43 days from now, June 12th.
Okay, cool. How long are you guys together?
It'll be 3 years in November. We were actually supposed to get married last September, and then this COVID happened. And
CV. Okay, cool. All right, well that's good. That's cool. It's interesting to hear that you have like a blend, because you do have the Christian background you're saying, but you're also talking about the I guess the elimination or the decreasing of gender roles and things like that. So ultimately, like I said, is this something that your soon to be husband agrees with? I mean, is this how he? Because ultimately, do you believe in the man just leading overall and you following his lead, and pretty much at the end of the day, him being the person that's the end all be all, I don't want to say overlord, so to say, but the final word and final say in a relationship?
Oh yeah, totally. And I would encourage women to do the same. And I'm saying, because it's something that's not really, I feel like, common in our society. Submission is not a popular word. I'm having to like do my own research and seek out older women who have been married 40 years and be like, okay, can you talk to me about what this is mean? Because this is not common. This is not culturally common. But I completely agree that he's the lead in the family.
It's a regional thing too, because you say you're in Cali, correct?
Yes.
Is that where you're from originally?
Mm-hmm. Bay Area,
exactly.
And it's very liberal out here.
Yeah. So on top of that, y'all don't know how to cook out there. I mean, you probably ain't never had, you know what?
Hey, hold on, time out.
I love cooking though. I love cooking.
Do you know what?
Hold on. I was about to try to when Snuggles super chatted that question about cooking. I thought you was fumbling on it. I was like, she's fumbling on that.
She from Cali, man.
Because she can't cook.
Oh no, I know how to cook. I love cooking. I've catered a few times, like just like small, but I love cooking. I cook all the time.
Talking about no parsnip sandwiches and Cobb salads now.
No, my grandma, she's from the South. So cool. So she taught me the basics: collard greens, hot water cornbread, oxtails, fried chicken.
All right, okay. A little something. All right, cool.
So I can do that, but at the same time, it's like, because we had a conversation earlier about staying healthy, so I can't eat that every single day.
Man, I stay away from fried food myself. I treat myself to fried food maybe quarterly. I think I gotta stay away from that fried chicken. But
right.
Yeah, man. So it's just interesting to hear your take on things, and I guess you say coming into the red pill space. So how long was your husband listening to the space that you know of? And was it anybody in particular? Was it anybody in particular from this space that he knew about?
Well, he said he started with Tommy Sotomayor while back.
Oh, okay.
While back.
He OG.
So he's old school.
Okay.
But he's been, I mean, I think he's been watching it off and on, or in it off and on, really much since then, since Tommy Sotomayor was like the thing.
Yeah, the one guy. Yeah, so he been in for a minute. Yeah, but just finally, so now that you come into it and you see Kevin Samuels, and pretty much, I don't want to say you have the understanding, the red pill lens. How do especially Black women take you now? Have you seen a lot of opposition from Black women? Are Black women willing to hear what you have to say? How are Black women taking Charde's approach and philosophy on Black men's, the lives of Black men, I guess?
That's a good question. I would say I've seen mixed. I've seen a mixed bag so far. Some who are like, man, like I totally agree with you. Like I struggled with this too, and I'm trying to do better. Or some who are just like, you're a pick me, go find you a Dusty. And I've gotten that a few times. So I'd say it's about like 50-50 right now.
Fantastic. You on mute? I don't know if you know.
No, that's the last. That's like.
Oh, that was it.
But no, I just want to say when I'm being cordial and what's the name, niggas complain. When I'm going off and I'm going ham, niggas complain. Y'all niggas worse than females. That's just all I gotta say, Bernard.
Right.
Appreciate
Shout out to Fantastic, but yeah. No, I ain't even going there. Shout out to Truth in the building. Real quick before I pass the mic to Truth, we got P Blazer in the building. Says, what happened to the question about the comment on Kevin Samuels' show? Oh yeah, we were supposed to be getting your thoughts on what a homegirl said on Kevin Samuels' show, but we kind of already touched on that earlier. Well, you remember the clip? Do I need to play the clip again?
Wait, I'm trying to think. This is the one, man, because I've
right here.
I'll
just play the clip again. Again.
Your grandmother, your great grandmother actually could work with a black man with more trauma.
Because they understood that the black woman and the black man are on the same side. Now that we're all free and independent and we could do whatever we want to, why would we seek to, be one with the black man? We even think that being...
Thank you. Clip it, slice it, put it on World Star.
Yeah, that one right there. That's the clip that he was referring to with your thoughts on that. We touched on it earlier, but I guess you can go ahead and reiterate whatever points we made earlier because it's a bigger audience right now.
I think what she said was the general. I think that's the general belief of a lot of women that, I don't basically. You don't respect what you don't think you need. And we have a lot of evidence to show that there's women, not just black women, there's women in general who do not think they need men. I think that is kind of like a toxic form of rather femininity or feminism, but there's this general idea that we do not need men. And because you feel like men are disposable, you don't respect them. And so I think that example right there, I think was a telling psychology into what a lot of women think, into like that modern thought process, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Shout out to Truth in the building. Go ahead. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Hey, what's good? There was a bunch of stuff I wanted to touch on, but the most important, what I'll pick out of it was when we're talking about the dress size thing, and she was talking about the standard that Kevin is setting. I do agree. There's a problem with the dress size 4 thing because they've done studies on what men find attractive, and I think it was like 80% of men found the minimum size attractive at dress size 12. So the reality is, So the reality is, when you contemplate dress size, most people forget that it takes into account 3 variables: bust, rear, and waist, as well as the height. So if a woman is very well endowed and has a snatched waist, her dress size will still increase, regardless of
that's true. That's true.
You feel me? So
that's why I don't do the dress size thing. I just think when somebody say size 2 or size 4, I think a skinny ass woman. I've been with some skinny women, and it's just not my preference for them to be that skinny. But yeah, when we start talking about snatched waist with some wide hips and thick thighs and big ass, then that's what I like. But when they talking about, I don't even understand what a dress size is. The type of woman that I like, the ideal body type, I just gotta see her and say, okay, yeah, that look good. I can't tell you what size dress she wear. How the hell am I supposed to know?
Right.
I don't. Yeah.
Right. I think he, to be fair to him, I think it was a good strategy. I think he used the dress size and the BMI to make a nice, corporate, legitimate way of interacting with women about their weight. Because I think, even that girl he found very attractive, Jenny Baba's, her dress size has to be 10 plus. So she has a thin waist. So
she's not a size 4, but she's a size 4.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Yeah.
So I think that needs to be stated clearly. It's not even about the dress size; it's about look good. Damn it! We know what looking good looks like. Don't look sloppy. Don't look, gross. And then,
I think.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say one last thing to the beauty standard thing. I think it's important to remember that there was a war on drugs, there was an oppressive regime over the Black community, and that most of the strong dominant males in our community were taken. Literally, America has more people in prison than China, and half of the prison population is Black, when we're 1 out of 10 Americans. So it doesn't even, the numbers don't make sense. And so
what did that got to do with beauty standards? You said something
because
about
so beauty standards in the community are typically set by, you know, the peers of that community, and the idea is, oh, now we're adopting white male standards. It's because the dominant black male figures were taken out of the community predominantly. Like
by dominant black male figures. Let's see, this is where we're going down a route where you're saying the dominant black male figures were the ones who were out there selling drugs, and if they weren't, if they didn't get if they didn't get arrested, then they would have dictated more what I find attractive.
So the war on drugs wasn't about just going around picking up drug dealers. It was about criminalizing the primary recreational choices of black people. Yeah. So like the idea is Coca-Cola, for example, and I know this sounds like I'm jumping around. I'm not. Coca-Cola was patented by a dude who was suffering from heroin withdrawal and actually created the Coca-Cola to help with heroin withdrawal. It originally had cocaine. This was served to children in America. America, amongst white populations, has a humongous cocaine and heroin opioid crisis. They are drug addicts, but they do not talk about themselves like they're drug addicts. You can go to states like Washington and they literally offer needles to drug addicts. They're called safe injection sites, where if you're a heroin addict, you can go there, they'll give you a safe needle and you can inject yourself with the government's assistance. You think they were doing that for niggas addicted to air quote weed? It's absurd. It's absurd. So it's like, no, it was about criminalizing the black community as an excuse to round up blacks. Now, the reason why I think that applied most to the dominant males, this is my subjective experience. Drug dealers are fucking alpha. Okay, like, I don't know, like the dude from American Gangster, dude went to Vietnam to get the heroin himself, became a multi-millionaire. Like, the individual, like, don't get me wrong, not every single drug dealer is Frank Lucas.
Yeah, for every one of him is like 10,000 Nickelback Kings.
Yeah, for sure. But my point is to say that there is a connection between a business-minded individual and a recognition of supply and demand and product. It's not a coincidence Jay-Z is the first artist rapper to become a billionaire and started his label off $100,000 in coke money. There is a connection between crime and success. America is good evidence of this. So the idea is the individual who is more, it's called disagreeability. The individual who's less likely to concern themselves with the laws and more likely to concern themselves with profit, success, power, provision, that individual is more likely to have whatever the species needs to continue. Just being black in general was illegal. If you think about before segregation ended, that black boy whistled at a white girl and got hung for it. So what I'm commenting on is the idea that black men were taken out of the community, could no longer defend it and comment and order it. And then black women consequently looked for a replacement, which was white men. And then all of a sudden you see them straightening their hair, changing their style of dress, even changing their makeup and adopting all these really cringy white female standards and then blaming black men for it. I think it also comes into...
All right. No, I was trying to figure out where it was. I think you kind of landed the plane. I was trying to figure out where you was going. I think I got you now.
I understand. I think there's, like I said, there's definitely truth to what you're saying, and that's why it's hard to just make sometimes these blatant statements without contextualizing it. I did want to touch upon the thing that you had mentioned earlier about the size 4. I think it's really important to remember, and this is what I say when I'm talking to women who berate him and they're just like, oh my gosh, I can't believe he said that, is the premise of the show is women who want like the top, 10%, 5% or whatever of men. And so I think these standards sometimes can be considered outlandish or so extreme, because I think he's trying to elucidate the point of like, hey, you're going for an extreme kind of man, so therefore you need to live up to these extreme kind of measures. And I think that's kind of why he may use like, okay, the size 4 and some of these other things, because he's trying to say, hey, women, if this is the man that you want, you have to meet these particular standards. And so at least that's why I've understood he's kind of said certain things like the size 4 and these other qualities that most women may gawk at. And your average man may be like, hey, that's not necessarily my thing, because he's not, I think, necessarily trying to speak for more of your just average man. He's trying to speak for the elite of the elite. At least that's how I've understood it.
Yeah, Big Poke Dog in the building with the super chat. He says, truth is effing up my workflow. Boo this man. Shout out to the Big Poke Dog. He wasn't feeling your truth. We're gonna pass the mic to J.I. What's going on, J.I.?
Hey, what's going on? Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. So, respect to the guest. Congratulations on getting married. So I just have two questions.
She's
One,
engaged. They ain't crossed the finish line. And you know, black people like to stay engaged for 15 years. So don't congratulate the marriage yet. You know, don't.
okay.
Yeah.
Should have been September. I'll say that much. But anyways. This will
All right,
be
so I
my
just
last
have
question, and I have
two.
to log off.
Okay, go ahead, J.I.
Okay, last question. One, who do you think benefits more from marriage, men or women? And two, do you agree that men should have financial abortion? That's all I got.
You said, do I believe
And
that
financial
men should have
abortion.
who?
Financial abortion.
I'm sorry.
Financial abortion is financial abortion.
Okay. Oh, okay. You're talking about being able to, like, essentially not abort responsibilities to take care of a child that a woman
Yes.
keeps. Okay.
Yes.
So to your first question, who do I think benefits more from marriages? Yeah, within this American legal structure, women most definitely benefit more. So they're legally speaking, 100% women benefit more. Do I believe that men should be able to have financial abortions? I don't necessarily agree with abortion, but if we're saying, okay, that abortion is okay and that women can be able to abort a kid, I also think men should have the right, equal right over that child as well. I don't think they should be forced into a situation to pay for a child when they're not given a chance to decide if the child should be eliminated. I don't think that's fair.
All right, well, that's all I got. You're okay in my book then. If you're for a financial abortion, we're good.
That's a question everybody knew. Okay, well, I don't know who the hell that is right there. Whoever that is.
I do agree that there's not equal rights, and that's where it gets tricked, because there's again this idea of, if we really want equal, if we want true 50-50 equality, then that means that has to apply across all aspects of society. And I think that's where it gets tricky, because there's certain ideas, like, I don't know a lot of women who would want to be drafted off to war. I wouldn't be. But if we want an equal society, God forbid we went to World War III, then that means, okay, half of the women or whatever are going to have to be drafted. And I don't think that's something that all women are going to want. So I think that's where this push for, okay, 50-50 and everything becomes tricky, because there's certain laws that I think that women probably aren't going to want to give up, because that puts them in the lesser receiving, role. And many probably aren't going to like that.
Do you think that men should forcibly just make it that way, like everything else in history, and like wage war to get the laws right? Wage like a civil war, but against women to make the laws equal?
Wait, so have men and women fight against each other to try to make the laws equal?
Historically, whenever people disagree, even the Civil War in America, the two sides fight it out, and the winner gets to make new rules. So in this case,
I would never want to fight. I would never want to fight and wage war against the population of
time out. The war wouldn't be against women. The war would be against the government, and the government is mostly ran by men. It'll be a war. It'll be a war against men against other men fighting on behalf
upholding
of women.
those ideals. Yes, it would be. And I'm asking, does she think men should fight that war to make things fair?
Men should. I'm trying to understand. Men and women should fight the government?
No. Bernard just said these laws are upheld by the government, which is essentially men who are upholding these laws. You just agreed that these laws are unfair and biased towards men. Historically, when laws are unfair, people go to war about it. Do you think that men should go to war? Or let me say it like this. Do you think men would be justified if they wage war on the principles of making laws truly equal and society truly 50-50? Do you think men would be justified in waging that war against the government?
Oh, men would be justified for essentially fighting for their rights? Yeah.
All right. We good.
Yeah, I don't think that's, yeah.
All right.
So,
shout out to Al Boogie. Says this nigga Jay, I need to go outside for some fresh air. Oh, shoot.
They never come up on the panels, though.
No, we're not doing.
And what exactly does he disagree with?
We're not doing that here. But
so
but you gotta.
Well, this has been I'd love to continue talking, but like I said, I have a few other appointments that I have to
I have to try to get ready for it.
Right on. Definitely. Thank you for coming up. I enjoyed the conversation. Yeah. I mean, I've had.
I didn't know. I was like, is he gonna grill me?
Oh no. I tip, you gotta say something real stupid for me to grill you. There was a few problem areas that I pointed out, but nothing so harsh to where you needed to get, I didn't have to put you in the headlock or nothing. So no, you're good. You're good.
To be fair, I think that sometimes with my fiance where I'll say something and he wants a yes or no, and I'm like, well, and he's like, why are women always talking nuance? No, I just want a yes or a no.
Yeah, you were asking yes or no questions, and you got in the car and drove all the way around the block circled the block like 3 times. I mean, you was doing a lot of that, but I mean, overall, you're all right. You're all right. You're not one of the problematic ones. You're
okay.
Engaged to a
next time we'll have to definitely do a sound check. I'm sorry, my
yeah. No, well, I mean, you're new to the game, so you'll get your equipment up. You'll get your equipment together. But overall, no, thank you for coming up. It was a good conversation. So
yeah, definitely. Thank you for having me.
Yep, no doubt.
Okay, well, you have a good one.
Yep, you too.
Okay, bye.
All right, fellas, the link is in the chat. We can carry on the conversation. Anybody can come on up. We got somebody new in here who having some struggle wireless moments. I don't know what's going on with Brown Nature 9. I am curious to see what this individual has to say. I don't know if this is male or female or what it is happening here, but you have the floor, you have the mic, you may speak now.
While they're getting it together, let me just say, Truth, you made a good point. Now I get what you were trying to say, Truth.
Yeah, well, see, the problem I had with Truth's point is that it was a very long-winded way to talk about what made the beauty standards be the beauty standards, or what made what made black women start trying to, I don't know,
because it was
be more like black women.
I mean,
I hate when people go back to slavery, but I mean, I think they've admired white women since then, so we didn't need the war on drugs to explain where black women got their admiration from white women from. That's where I felt like it was
the psychology.
All
Truth was saying was that the psychology of the person that would go and be a successful drug dealer is the same psychology of a person that would generally be successful, because all dealing drugs is entrepreneurship. It's only illegal,
I know,
because
but
the laws.
That's hood nigga worship, because
it's not hood nigga worship.
Time out. That assumes you said the psychology that it takes to be a successful drug dealer
me finish it.
Is the same psychology that it would take to be a successful businessman and leader of a community. That part is true, but most drug dealers are not successful. They're getting locked up over nickel bags.
So just to clarify,
you have to let me lay it out completely, but all right.
To be fair, I went back to the 70s, not to slavery. And the reason why I mentioned this, because if we're talking about the timeline of when black women stopped checking for black men's opinions, it's coincidentally, there's this period of the rise of feminism, the decrease of black male population in the black community. That's why right now black women outnumber us. You gotta say there's more of us dead or in jail. That's a real thing. That's not just an expression. And
more of us dead or in jail?
Well, historically,
right now it's roughly 20. All right, I gotta get rid of Brown Nature gotta go. All right, it's roughly 22 million black women and 20 million black men in America, give or take.
I was saying relative to other races. Like if you compare black races to any other race, we have awkward figures. Also criminally, like we are way more responsible. That's a whole nother thing. But my point is just to say that essentially when you oppress a community, and we weren't the first community historically oppressed. If you study sociology and other civilizations, this is a norm. They'll find whatever the habit of choice is in that community or culture and just criminalize it. And now they have justification to over-police your neighborhoods, be in your area, and just kind of create
I understand. I mean, that wasn't the topic. And listen, there's a conversation to be had about oppression of black people. I tend to not get into the oppression Olympics. I understand there's a conversation to be had there, but I'm not going today. I'm not going today. Shout out to Ramil, who just did a kick-ass stream on that damn Tariq Nasheed making a buck breaking documentary. We just obsessed with oppression porn. We get off on that shit, and I don't like to circle every conversation back to what somebody doing to us. I mean, like I don't do the victim shit. But there is a conversation to be had. But that ain't the conversation today. I'm
not trying.
I'm gonna. Yeah. No, I understand where you was trying to go, but I ain't going with you today. Not today. Not today. I can't, man. Snuggles in the building says, when are you going to have Crimson Cure on Bernard? The last time I saw her in my chat room, I told her to email me because I can't find her email anywhere on her channel. So I don't know how to contact her. So if anybody has Crimson Cure's email, give me her email and I'll formally email her, invite her on the show because I've wanted to have her on the show for a while now. So definitely, if anybody can aid and assist me in that, I would appreciate it. So yes, there's that. Number 16 in the building. He says, we really saluting D-boys now. Yeah, apparently. No. Shit. All right, we got to go.
Do they understand that? But can I say this one thing for you, Pat? You know what? Never mind. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Thank you, Ray Clemens. Go ahead, Zero. Go ahead. You got the floor. You got the mic.
He can finish his point.
Well, I was trying to move on from the point because we was getting into. We was getting into, talking about, racism and the drug war on drugs and all of that, and that's not
taking it away.
I did multiple. I did
400 years ago, we came over here on some ships, and we had to get raised on farms and breed people, and we got whipped and stuff. So, it's really important.
Yeah, I guess feminism was relevant 400 years ago.
I'm fucking with you.
Right?
I know you are, Zero. I know you are. Yeah. So look, no disrespect to Truth or Ji. I value. I've done one-on-ones with Ji, and I'm doing one with Truth as soon as he started his channel. So y'all know I value both of y'all opinion. I'm just not going on. I did like 3 shows after the George Floyd verdict, after the Ma'Khia Brown situation, and then me and Fantastic just went in again on the police and what had happened if the police quit or went on strike or this or that, and I'm moving on. Zero. So go ahead, Zero. You got the floor. You got the mic.
All right, cool. So you remember yesterday when we were talking about reset stuff slightly, like how many times you can ask the same stuff over and over again before, especially when it's like super obvious. And I don't mean to pick on them, but who do you think benefits more from mayors has been asked and answered like 375 million times? It's a question that literally requires every time a chick comes on a panel, it's almost like we keep asking them the same shit over and over and over again for literally no reason. You're not getting anything out of that question at all. At all. It does nothing.
It's basically a let me
reply to it.
I'll say this, and I'm throwing it right to you. What I think it is, why a lot of people do that, is let me try to see if she's gonna try to smuggle in some fuckery under the table.
Right, but that does nothing. But right, I understand that part, but that does nothing. It does nothing. It does nothing for the conversation. It does nothing for anybody at all. It's just like I want to talk to a bitch question. It's pointless. So if you're gonna ask a question, I want to see if I can get her to slip up so I can be on some gotcha type stuff.
No,
yeah, I understand that part, but that does nothing.
When he's done, just let me reply.
So
I got you.
Hold on, I'm almost there. So if you're gonna ask a reset question, why not ask them something that if you want to stumble them, ask them some shit like, are they willing to get with some like-minded women and take advantage of some of that privilege money and the pants nuke and get some bills drafted that will level some things out? Like keeping in mind that whatever we gain comes at their expense, just as everything that they gain comes at our expense. Why don't we ask those questions?
That's a good question. You got it, Zero. You know how to ask the right questions. I'm not even being sarcastic. You literally do know how to ask the right questions. But Jay, I do want J.I. to get a chance to go ahead and respond because you were more or less addressing him.
All right. So that whole "it's a bad question" thing or whatever, completely subjective. All of this can be said. We're having the same conversation repeatedly. In fact, there are people who say that all we do is talk about the same thing in this space, just ad nauseum. So that doesn't even matter. The reason I asked my question is to get a straight answer. I wasn't up here to go back and forth with her or whatever. I pretty much am the financial abortion thing, and to see if they're going to be honest or not even honest, just to see what their opinion is about it. Just like Bernard said, that's it. If you ask me, no change or whatever from these conversations going to be had. So asking whatever question you think is valid, it still doesn't matter. Asking her anything, it's not going to change anything. The floor was open. I asked the question that I wanted to ask. If we're going to pretend like we're not having the same conversations all the time, we are. And that's any conversation we have in this space is talking about the same thing. So it's no point in just picking out. You can pick out anything anybody asks and say, well, we're just talking about the same thing. That is all we're doing. That's all this is.
Right. So I'm going to repeat what I just said.
If you think you can ask her a better question, or you hold on. Now,
Zero,
you just want to talk to the point where you just want to talk to a bitch or whatever. I don't care about her or even know who she was. And I asked these same questions to see where they are, if they're honest about it, or where they stand in it. And I've had several debates about the same thing. People talk about the same things if it's an important point to them. But by and large, this space is the same thing repeated over and over again, and just different people saying it from time to time. So I don't get the point in even saying that.
So you're gonna blanket the space by saying that all we do is ask the same shit all the time, when I just presented a question that pretty much hasn't been asked. That's bullshit.
What question? It's not. Listen, okay, make it real short because there's no point going back and forth. You ask her whatever questions you think are better questions. Simple as that.
Has anyone asked a woman that comes up on a panel anything related to doing something about the situation where they have the power imbalance? It's always, these basic fucking fourth grade questions about who benefits more from marriage, when we have all of the evidence. We have all of the evidence, all of it. Also, we've already asked the question a million times. Some women have been dishonest. Some women have been honest. But the fact of the matter is, when they're dishonest, we have all the evidence. When they're honest, we just go, okay. But no one asks, are they willing to get with like-minded women and take some of that privilege and get some bills drafted that will level the playing field, or get rid of some of these double standards? No one asks those questions.
Well, you can ask those questions if you think they're relevant.
So could
the
you?
Questions that I ask are relevant to the point and view that I have, because I don't believe that.
Listen, it gets to the point where it's pointless.
Men are going to have to fix it themselves.
Here's the deal. Zero, you ask good questions. I did, like when J.I. asked the question, when he's asked it, I believe I was like that, because I understand it is a basic question that for whatever reason he wanted to answer to. You do tend to think outside the box with your questions. So, I mean, at some point, if this conversation go on any longer, I don't want to.
Wait, Bernard.
It's going to turn into you just dick waving.
No. I'm not dick waving. No, Bernard, listen, I'm not dick waving. How's that dick waving?
Hold on, this being smart and asking a good question presumes that you all think that your question asking is superior or whatever based on some subjective value you have and the question that you have.
You just said I asked outside the box questions, right? How is that outside the box when we're always talking about how things are unfair and how things should not be the way that they are? Like, how is that outside the box? It's a question that points at that.
All right, it's not outside the box in that sense, but I typically don't think to ask women, what are you willing to do to help men change the laws in the country? That's a question that I just don't think of, but it is a good line of reasoning. So kudos to you. Good question.
It's a poor line of reasoning.
No, hold on.
And here's why. The reason that I asked what I asked.
J.I., you asked what you asked.
All right, whatever. All right.
I mean, okay, go ahead and explain why you asked the question that you asked, but I just think it's getting silly. It was just a conversation between just me and a woman. And yes, J.I. came up and he asked a question that I thought it was kind of basic, but he had a reason for asking it and he asked it, and that's that. But
All
Zero,
this stuff
yes.
that we discuss is basic. All this stuff in this space is basic. The answer is already simple. We complicate this stuff. If a woman's not doing what you want to do, don't deal with that woman. It's that simple. People get up here and have these same conversations. I pretend like I'm the only person that asked this question. I asked these questions for a reason. And the simple thing was why I would never ask a woman, because women are not going to change the situation. Men will have to, which is why I asked her, did she think it's justified for men to fight legal, to wage war against the system, whatever, because that's what it would really take to be able to change it. If you think you ask better questions or whatever, it doesn't matter. But this whole space is filled with repetitive talk. When I just pretend like I just asked some question that was fourth grade level, whatever, all this stuff is juvenile and repetitive.
Yeah, and J.I., that question that you did ask about that was a that other question was a good question. I think it was phrased wrong, because I think it'll be really men
That's
with
what I
one
said.
ideology.
Men waging war.
Men with one ideology basically waging war against men with another ideology, or the government which tries
And that's
to
what I said.
uphold another ideology. So that's ultimately what that would come through, and that's what that would come to, and that's what I said. Yeah, and that's what you did, and you did take it that way. But all right, cool, we got it.
Hold on, how? But thinking my question was juvenile, that's no different than asking the you know what? All right, we're just gonna move on.
I don't think your question was juvenile. I mean, it was I didn't care for it, but I mean, you asked it, and I didn't jump down your throat for asking the question, and that's when. But Zero had some problem with the question, and he explained why, and that's that, and we can move on. But and I'm sorry, Zero, for saying that you were dick waving. I apologize. You were not dick waving. You were. Let's go, Obsidian.
Hey, yeah, I saw the early part of the interview, but I stepped out for the bulk of it, so I have to get it on the replay. But I did have a question to you, Bernard, but in light of the current conversation, I'll put that off for a moment. First, I want to ask, I heard what Zero said, so I want to respond to that. But I guess it follows up on a question that J.I. posed to your guest. Do I have that right? Zero's remarks were a follow-up to J.I.'s question to your guest. Do I understand that right, Bernard?
Yes, pretty much. Zero can confirm.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. So with that being said, before I address Zero and his question, I think it would be a good idea for me to ask, what was the question that you asked Bernard's guest, J.I.? I'm just curious.
Okay. All right, Bernard, if we get into it, though, I just want to be able to respond to whatever said.
J.I., he asked you a direct question. Go ahead.
I know. I'm about to answer his question. The question I asked her was, who do you, in your opinion, who benefits more from marriage, men or women? And then I asked her, does she believe that men should have financial abortion? And then the third question, those were the two essential questions. Then I asked her, does she believe that men should go to war for their rights to make things fair legally?
Go to war? What do you mean go to war?
I asked her after she answered those two questions. She said that the law is unfair, which we all know. And I said historically, when laws are unfair, civil war happens. War ultimately happens to make things fair, to make things the way that people want it to be.
Insurrection? You mean armed insurrection?
So sure. So I asked her, should men do that, or would men be justified in doing that? And she said yes. Zero had a problem with me asking her who benefits more from marriage. That's the part that Zero
with the question
was juvenile.
Even
though all this stuff is really juvenile and repetitive.
All right,
but that's the part that he had a problem with, Obsidian.
Yeah. All right. So I think the problem with your questions are as follows. We'll take the last one first.
That wasn't even the one that Zero had a problem with.
Right,
so
but I'll take the last one first.
That's not even what we were.
That ain't even this is now you're about to pick apart a question, an aspect of it that I was already prepared to even move
you're
on
correct.
from.
You're correct in that Americans, it's embedded in our civil religion, so to speak, that we do have a right to rise up against a tyrannical government. That's true. That being said, I don't think black men I think that's more rising out of frustration, out of black male inadequacy and incompetence than any real tyranny. I think a lot of black men just simply don't, have the means, or just ignorant.
All right. What was the question that you wanted to? What was the question that you wanted to ask me?
Real quick, I gotta bail out for lunch.
And
what was Obsidian? All right, I'm taking control of the show because we went down. Obsidian, what was the question that you said you wanted to ask?
But no, I gotta bail out for lunch. So thank you. I'll talk about this shit later on my channel. It's just that the inconsistency right now is. Now it's all juvenile, but you're on the panel asking the questions. See, this is what I'm saying about this bullshit.
And I'm with you. I don't think.
Let me respond.
Now he wants to blanket the whole space as juvenile.
No. Let me
but you're on the panel every day asking the fucking questions. This shit is so inconsistent, man.
I agree with you, Zero. Anyway. I don't think it's all juvenile. All the conversations here are not juvenile. So
I'll holler at you, man,
on that. So but no. All right.
Yeah.
Can I respond to what he said, Bernard?
Yeah, I wanted to respond to the question.
He addressed me on his way out, and then he just dipped out.
He did, but I mean, I don't care about like it.
All right, Bernard. You're right. It's your show. We just let it
go.
Like
I'm trying to move on. Like we went down. We made a sharp left turn to nowhere, and I'm trying to get us back on the road.
You got it. You got it.
But the question that J.I. asked was in line with today's show because it was posed to your guest, which was, let me make sure I understand this right. Who gains most from marriage, black women or black men? Do I have that right?
I don't even put race into it when I said, but I just said men or women, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay, men or women, okay. All kinds of sociological research has been done on this. And it's the research is conclusive. Men benefit way more than women do. And I say this as a confirmed bachelor. So I have no dog in the fight. I'm just telling you what the research says. The research that has been done on these questions that I'm aware of for at least the past few decades is clear that men benefit tremendously from marriage. They live longer, they have more sex, make more money, happier. I mean, it's just, again, I have no dog in the fight, man. I'm a confirmed bachelor.
Could it be that harder working, healthier men tend to get married more than less hard working, unhealthy living men? Then
yes,
the fact that getting married somehow makes a man do all these things.
You make a really good point there, Bernard. My understanding is that researchers have asked a similar question. So is the benefit that men get from marriage a result of the marriage itself? In other words, like you just said, so you got this schlubby guy and he gets married and boom, he becomes super dad. Or is it that he was already a conscientious guy and had his act together before he got married, and that trend just continued? Very good point. The researchers have been debating that themselves. So that's a fair point. However it shakes out though, and for whatever reason, all things being equal, men benefit more from marriage than not being married. All things being equal. And again, I say this as a confirmed bachelor. I don't have a dog in the fight.
All right. Seeking My Creator, thank you for that super chat. He says, why is everybody with Zero avoiding asking the question what they are or if they are willing to make a sacrifice for men and their sons? That is a good question. Shout out to you. Appreciate that. And you did come through with another one. He says, will any women be willing to revoke unfair feminist laws? Thank you, Seeking My Creator. Appreciate you. We have, lead attorney in the building, who I did an excellent one-on-one, one of my favorite discussions I've had on this channel yesterday. I want to
have him on my show.
So,
yeah, good show.
So absolutely, definitely glad to have you back. You're always welcome. Roll the red carpet out for you whenever you come through. So you have the floor, you have the mic.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to salute you, Bernard, and salute all of your guests. I kind of joined in late. I thought the question that Obsidian asked about who benefited more from marriage, men or women, I thought that was an excellent question. So I just jumped in. I don't know if that was the original question of
Wait,
the.
hold on, lead attorney. You thought it was a what? What kind of question?
Fucking hilarious.
You
thought it was a what kind of question, lead attorney?
I thought it was a great question as to who benefits more, men or women in a marriage.
A great question. Okay, and love your channel, by the way. Love that one-on-one you did with the Pocket Watcher, man. Great stuff. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, so that's the only reason I was calling in, because I wanted to hear kind of what some of the opinions were. I think that go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, that was just some background noise from. I'm gonna mute Obsidian. I think he had some background noise. Go ahead. You got the floor.
Oh, okay. I just think it's important for us to remember. And again, for those who don't know my background, I'm an attorney, family law attorney here in Atlanta. I've been practicing for 20 years. And so I see a lot of marriages and divorces. And I think that it's important to realize that men and women typically get married for different reasons, right? It's hard to say that men are a monolith, right? A lot of men think differently, but we do have some things in common. And women are the same way. And so when a woman is thinking about getting married, the marriage that she envisions is typically going to be different than what a man's image of his marriage is going to be. So we're out for different things. And I do agree that both genders can have extreme benefits in a marriage. Now, if you say, well, when the divorce comes around, who is more benefited by a divorce? Then I would absolutely say, generally speaking, that it's going to be the woman. It's going to be the woman, and that's because generally men are in the breadwinning position. If we want to be honest about it, let's take kids out of the situation for a second. If you just have a husband and a wife, the breadwinner is going to be the person that is most harmed by a divorce. You see now that with Halle Berry. Now, they weren't married, they had a kid, but Halle Berry has been fighting for 6 years to try to get her child support reduced because she was the breadwinner of that family. And if you're the breadwinner, you're going to be disadvantaged in a divorce. And like Halle Berry, you're going to be disadvantaged when it comes to children. It just happens to be that men have been in this advantageous situation in this country, really all around the world, for being the breadwinners. But I think that's different than who benefits more from a marriage. And I think that if men and women, but let's talk about men for a second, if men can choose the right woman correctly, and if they can make good decisions in their relationship, and if they have a little bit of luck, right? I feel like that's the trifecta. You need to make good decisions. You need to pick your wife appropriately. You need to have a bit of luck there. If you can have those three things, you can have a successful relationship, a successful marriage that will benefit you throughout your life, really like nothing else. It's not going to be like you get your $100,000 car or your $1 million home, and that's going to benefit you to the extent of a good marriage. And I can tell you, you hear in the Manosphere and the red pill community about not getting married, but I can tell you that men are getting married every day. I think there's a vast, the number of blue pill men vastly outnumbers the number of red pill men. And so men are absolutely wanting to get married. And there's a reason for that. So do women get benefited by a divorce? Yes, because they're typically not in the breadwinning position. But it also needs to be said that men want to get married and then men just want to get married is what I'm saying. And there's a reason for that. And so men, if they can choose wisely, if they can make good decisions in their relationship, and if they can be a little lucky, they can experience a marriage that will improve their lives like nothing else. So
I want to ask a follow-up question to the lead attorney.
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely.
First of all, how you doing? I've been watching your work. Good work. Would love to have you on the show. I don't know what it is that I want to talk about is in your wheelhouse per se, but maybe we can work that out. Is there a way to contact you?
Absolutely. You can email me. My email is theleadattorney@gmail.com.
Gotcha. All right. So, okay.
Absolutely.
Keeping in mind that you are just call it for what it is, a divorce lawyer.
Right.
Okay. And I'm going to confirm bachelors. We're putting all the cards on the table. With that being said, my question is, my understanding of the data with regard to divorce is that, one, while it's true that women initially benefit from the divorce settlements and so forth early on and men take a hit, over time it reverses. Women over time actually are worse off financially after divorce over time, and that men actually bounce back over time. So it's an acute thing early on. The guy takes a hit early on. The woman gets a benefit early on. But over time, that reverses itself. That's the first thing. The second thing is that in the black community, and this is what I want to follow up with, Bernard, yes, the research says married men benefit more than single men in a marriage. There's research that suggests that married men benefit more than married women getting married. That being said, however, as far as I am aware, I stand to be corrected, but as far as I'm aware, there has been no specific research on Black Americans on this issue. And that's important because we know that the vast majority of Black American marriages are not where the Black man is the sole breadwinner. Both the Black man and the Black women have to work, and it is not at all out of the realm of possibility that the Black woman is making more than the Black man. So that has to be taken into account. As far as I know, there's been no specific research on that. Nothing specific that I'm aware of. I'll defer to you, lead attorney. Maybe you are aware of that research, but I'm not aware of it. But I am aware of the fact that there are few Black men that are sole breadwinners.
Okay, so it's also worth pointing out before we pass it to him, if Black men make more money on average than Black women, and women typically don't want to marry a guy that makes less money than them, we can easily conclude that Black men typically in their marriages make more money. But as far as being sole breadwinner, that's rare in marriages nowadays, either way across the board with race. But anyway, go ahead, lead attorney.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think those are two great points, Obsidian. I'll address the second point first. I'm with you. I haven't seen any data on Black marriages specifically regarding that. So I wouldn't know. I haven't seen any data on that. I'm not sure if that data is even kept. So yeah, I totally agree. I'm not sure about that. In terms of your first point about men taking the hit in the short run and then kind of improving their lives later on. I've seen those studies as well. And I saw those maybe years ago, like 10 years ago. And I think the biggest point with those studies is that they looked at women who had children. And what they were saying is that, if you have a woman with 2 children and you have a husband and the children and there's a divorce, well, because of the laws are so they're so favored towards women when it comes to child custody, the woman is almost always going to get custody of those kids, and the father's going to get stuck with child support. Now, we hear a lot about child support in the red pill community and how it's unfair and how it is ruining lives, and a lot of that is absolutely true. But I'll tell you, as a divorce attorney who's been practicing 20 years, there's so many cases where, the child support number, the mom says, hey, that's fine. And the dad says, hey, that's fine too. Right. In a lot of cases, child support is not going to ruin a man's life. In some cases it does, but there are a lot of cases where it doesn't. The number is more or less, quote unquote, fair. And what you'll typically see is just like you said, Obsidian, when the father loses half of his 401k and half of the equity in the home, and he loses maybe his F-150 or whatever, he takes a significant financial hit. But over time, because this woman is saddled with these 2 kids, her life is not going to really shoot up. And that's because generally she wasn't the breadwinner in the beginning in the first place, right? If I'm making 90 grand and my wife is making 30 grand and then we get divorced, yeah, she's going to have she's going to get some equity in the home and she's going to get my 401k. But 5 years later, she's still a person in the workforce who's capable of earning 30 grand. Whereas I'm a man who's capable of working 90 grand or making 90 grand a year. So I'm definitely gonna take off. And you also want to consider again the factor that she has these 2 kids, and the amount of child support that I'm paying. It honestly, it might not be enough, or it just barely might be enough to cover the cost of those 2 kids. And once you add in to the account Americans' financial illiteracy, that most Americans are in debt, most Americans don't know how to handle their money. You know, if she was making 30 grand to start, and you know she's getting, let's say she's getting $1,000 or $1,200 in my child support, but she's misspending that, it's not like 5 years later she's going to be rich. So I tend to agree with you, Obsidian, about men's prospects maybe 5 years after a divorce, but we just have to look at, usually those studies are looking at, number one, women with children, and children are a huge financial burden. Any parent will tell you that. Burden is a strong word, but I mean, let's call a spade a spade. And number two, because women typically choose men who are stronger than them financially, it makes sense that 5 years down the line, that man that was making 75 or 90 or 110, you know, he's going to take off. Whereas the woman who's making 45 grand a year, she's, you know, after 5 years, she might be making 49.
Well, also, there's also
shout out to the Logic Sphere. He said, just a friendly reminder: whatever happens after you trust a woman is your fault. Appreciate you, Ty. Shout out to Snuggles in the building. He says, to the attorney on the panel, what can women do to create legislation that can equal the playing field for men? Shout out to Zero. That was a question that Zero asked, and Snuggles get mad.
Hi, I'm Snuggles.
All right, shout out to Snuggles. Go ahead. You can answer that question, lead attorney.
Yeah, well, what women can do is basically the things that men can do. When you're talking about changing legislation, I mean, you're talking about something that is going to take years. All right. So you're talking about doing grassroots efforts. You're talking about calling your state legislature, maybe calling the federal legislature. You're talking about trying to draft petitions. You're talking about, you know, trying to start, let's say, a website to get people to sign up for different lists and petitions, and collecting emails, sending stuff out. There's a lot of things that women can do, but to call a spade, I mean, these are the exact same things that men can do as well. And the problem, the quote unquote problem with changing legislation, is that it's a very powerful tool, but it just takes so long to do. It takes so long. So the process would be just to participate in the legislative process. And if you want to change that, it's contacting your lobbyists, contacting your state representatives, your federal representatives, and doing all that. It's really nothing too special about it.
Yep. Shout out to Fantastic back on the panel. Go ahead. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Yeah, man. Shout out to the lead attorney. Sir, do you practice strictly divorce, or are you family law altogether? So like marriages only, or child custody and all family law?
Right, that's a great question. I do all family law. So of course it's divorces, but it's also child support. It's also custody. I represent children. I'm a domestic violence mediator. Like all types of family law. Okay, great. And you're in Atlanta, so that would be a great example to use, as you know, a predominantly Black city, major metropolitan area. Do you happen to know the divorce rate of Atlanta off the top of your head? I don't. We get divorces coming in every day, but I don't know what the. Okay, well, I was just trying to see if you. But this is what I'm saying, to the point of, listen, I when we talk about the data and we talk about statistics, again, people, you have to understand how that works. Okay, a lot of these data and statistics are including marriages of people. The boomers and Gen Xers are keeping the marriage rates like as high as they are. Once these people die off, then we'll really and truly see what, like, the detriment, and just how, even though you say people are getting married every day, I just put the link down in the chat
for Georgia's divorce statistics, and it had a steady increase up into 2019, where it had of course a steep drop off in 2020. And people will say, well, people saying no, people can't afford to get divorced now because of the pandemic and the loss of education and people trying to keep their homes and all these different things. So when we talk about the numbers, you can't just look at them as face value. Okay, in 2021, there is no advantage to a man getting married. Just not. Period. Shout out to Kevin Samuels. All right. As much as Kevin Samuels say he's looking for his third wife to divorce, he's not married. All right. And he's doing the best he's ever done in his life. Right. And for him to, as much as he may say he's looking for a wife, for him to now at the highest and peak and most successful point of his life, put himself in the position to lose all of that to a woman when he's at his highest point as a high value man will be asinine. Okay. And of course,
well, he's not in corporate America either anymore, which is his only main justification for why men should get married. Even he says that's his main push for
even
it.
in corporate, listen, even in
So
corporate,
if you're not in corporate America, it's really no point,
bro. Even in corporate America, is pointless. You don't need that. CEOs, dudes are becoming Mark Zuckerberg and all these different things.
Look, that's I'm gonna leave that to them to make the argument. I'm just saying that's really the only thing he kind of plants his flag on as to why he forces it. Outside of that construct, he tends to fall back on it. I get what you're saying, where you could try to go at that argument, but there's also an argument on the other thing about advancement. That is I've seen that.
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Mark Zuckerberg was already who he was. He got married not out of necessity. He got married just because he wanted to. And of course, he also married a woman that was also
but you're saying you got to be a CEO in order to get around that middle management.
No,
I mean, that's like
I never said that. I never said that. You brought up the CEO situation.
I really don't care about the argument. I mean, because dudes are going to get married because the point is there are some dudes that are going to get married no matter what you say. If you tell them 1 + 1 is 2, they're going to say fuck it.
My nigga, you jumping in on my time.
All right.
Give me time.
That is true. Go hold on. Go ahead and wrap up your point. Fantastic. Then
all I'm saying is
the game changer and go in order.
Listen, if you want to get married, do your thing. But just like we figured out yesterday and said it, bro, there's no amount of betting or anything that you can do to guarantee that a woman's not going to do this. And again, the numbers are saying to it. I'll repost the thing in the link and look at what's going on in Georgia. Okay. The people that get divorced the most are people that are like 25 to 35 years old. All right. And then you have a decrease in divorce from increase from early on, then it drops down, and then when it shoots right back up at the 20-year mark. So what it's telling you, even if you're in it for the long haul, when you hit the 20-year mark, and again, I know this is an international thing, but it's in Georgia, and you just use that as a microcosm, an example for everywhere else. Over a period of time, when, like the lead attorney said, the kids are out of the house, you got that big pension you done earned, you done made yourself a high value man, all these different things. That woman wants to go live her life on your own off of your dime. Okay. That's what she's going to do. And women do play the long game. All right. So all I'm saying to you is not doom and gloom. Is just be aware of what's the possibilities out here and look at the numbers and the data that says you to the contrary. This thing of promoting marriage for men in a position of inferiority, man, that's just bad advice to me. Again, if you do what you want, but at the same time, you say what?
Who is promoting marriage? I'm lost on that one. Who is promoting marriage?
Well, no, okay, well, defending marriage and trying to put marriage in a positive
who is
light because of the numbers.
Who is defending?
Well, the gay bait type.
Well, hang on, hold on. Who is defending marriage?
You're using. Hold on, wait.
I'm not hearing.
You're asking the question. Let me answer it. You keep talking over me, so let me answer it again. You're using the numbers that are not currently truthful by just on its face about the success of men and the benefit of men being married. That's what I'm talking about.
How current do it's okay? So how current do the numbers need to be?
But that's what I'm trying to tell you, Obsidian. You have the numbers are being held up by a whole generation of people that are on their way out of the door.
I got that. So you're saying that I'm not using current numbers?
No. I didn't say you're not using current numbers. I explicitly said that the numbers currently don't give you a true mapping of what's actually going on. with the current marriage market. Because I said, and I put the links in the chat for Georgia to show you the numbers and show you the trend of what's going on.
Where in Georgia? Is this the statewide?
It's statewide.
Okay. So let me ask you this. All right. Okay. If you want to tell me that the marital rate is dropping off among Black millennials, I won't disagree with that. It's an empirical. We don't have to wait for the numbers. We already know what they are. Shout out to Roland Martin when he was on TV1. He talked about this, and he gave the numbers from the U.S. Census. The marital rate overall in Black America just under 30%, projected to fall well below 25% for Black millennials. That's a fact. So we already have that. So I'm with you on that.
Okay. Yeah, 'cause that's what I heard he was saying. Is it's the that are holding it up.
All right. Fantastic. Did you fully make fantastic? Did you fully make your point? Did you good?
Yeah, I fully made my point, man. Let me just add this personal part of it right now, bro. Y'all know I'm going through the process of this thing, and pretty much now I gotta you don't have to wait 20 years in the military, bro. You only need 10. All right. So 10 years in the military, and they're due to up to, but you really not go out. I don't have to worry about her getting half my shit for only the bare minimum of the time of, us being married. But, it's mighty coincidental. You know what I'm saying? So again, understand the thing that goes on and the stuff that's at play here. So like I'm pretty much in the process of doing a cash out settlement versus choosing the lifelong pension percentage route. And that's just something you have to be cognizant of whenever you make this decision, man. Again, you think about the marriage, but also plan a divorce too. That's all I say. And I'm pretty sure that's something that the lead attorney will also give you some advice on.
To that point,
hold on. We gonna pass to the game changer. Go ahead, game changer. You got the floor. You got the mic. Hold on. James Hudson in the building. He says, "I'm a CPA in a corporate America, and most people are not married. In fact, most of the women who climb the corporate ladder ain't married." Shout out to you. Appreciate the super chat. Go ahead, game changer. You got the floor. You got the mic. And
okay, I'm here. So I came in and they were talking about the benefits of marriage, whether it's to the man or the woman or both, or who gets the greater benefit at what time. I didn't get the entirety of that discussion, but a question I have on it is how's the benefits to a man measured from marriage? Is it measured in a woman's economic success, or how's it measured?
Well, one way is in health. Married men have lived healthier lives and live longer than single men.
Okay. Is that because women tend to not marry guys who are 600 pounds?
No, it's because men, as a general proposition, don't look after their health the way women do. And that married men have someone that's concerned about their health in a way that single men typically do not.
Okay. Could you put the link to that in the chat room and or in the private chat, please?
Sure. Let me look it up.
All right. Thank you. And what were some of the other benefits to man?
So I feel like all I want to say, if you want kids, get married. If you don't want kids, I don't know why the fuck you'd get married. I think that's weird.
I agree with you, Truth. But I mean, what are some of the other benefits to men? Because men could just learn to look up, to look after their own health. But what are some of the other benefits to men? Did someone have any?
But benefits other than
children and health.
Honestly, from a marriage versus just if I'm keeping it a buck, and I want to say this earlier, I feel like this is something that doesn't get mentioned when we're talking about divorces. A lot of men that I've seen, not friends of mine, that I've just seen it in public, they marry women to control them. Like they'll marry a woman to lock her down in the same way a woman will get pregnant to lock a nigga down. So I'm like, there's this illusion that it's more difficult to separate. So like you're more meshed with one another. So one could say not that I'm saying this is why I would ever get married, but I think some men actually look at marriage as a way to solidify the relationship.
Well, the two main reasons.
Fantastic, please. So you're saying that your friends are under the impression that they are in control while married?
No, I wouldn't say friends. No, like I said, I know this is a thing in society. Like it's a fact that men marry women.
Are we talking about black people? Because that could be more true with non-blacks. I can see that more with non-blacks because it's cultural pressures. Well, I'm talking about with black people, because with black people, they're idiots.
Look,
If they're
man,
non-black, they're kind of stupid, but I can kind of see why they would think that.
the main two reasons is companionship and in-house pussy, bro. That's why. Again, this is a person that
Yeah, but
you grew up you built up a relationship and a rapport with a person that you spent enough time with, and you come to know you guys have common interests, common goals, and hopes of children more likely than not. And you guys trust each other, whatnot, what have you. So you make it official, and then you go from there. And whatever happens, happens. The only thing about it is no guarantees after you get that piece of paper. So the main two reasons that men get married are going to be companionship. And again, shout out to I think it was Andre 2000 on The Real Her. They lust for some trust, we lust for some trust. All right, when you the biggest guy that's got you got the biggest bag, you got the nicest car, you got the most jewels or whatever it is. You want that woman that wants you for you. All right, I know you red pill niggas coming here with the bullshit, man. I don't give a damn about a bitch. Yeah, you say all that shit, nigga, till you get old, and then you end up one of these pimp niggas that's done wifed your bottom bitch. All right. So furthermore, time has showed you this, even allegorically in stories and fables in the Bible. The strongest man is always brought down by what? His weakness for a woman. So I think that's something, and we're also biologically cued to do that, man.
The sixth goddess says the same shit. That's interesting. Go ahead.
Who said that?
King
The
Solomon.
sixth goddess, literally quoting some of the stuff you were saying.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I don't know, my bad. Go ahead.
I want to
No, I'm not saying it's bad. It's just that's significant to me coming from you. I know you ain't fighting her from it, but I'll send you the link of when she said that.
Yeah, because I want to ask Mr. Fantastic a follow-up question too. I thought this was very interesting, and what he suggested.
And then I want to jump in when y'all are done because I just want to make a statement. Y'all are kind of doing back and forth. I'll wait. I'm just
I got you, Ed.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Obsidian.
No, I was just simply curious. Okay, how am I promoting something when by my own admission I'm a confirmed bachelor? It doesn't make any sense.
I mean, you are making you are making the argument.
My bad. That's why I retracted and clarified. Obsidian, you called me out, and I adjusted. I said I didn't say you were promoting, but I was saying you were using the numbers to defend the necessity of marriage for black men.
Not a defense.
Okay, so let me try to.
Well, I don't know how.
Let me try to get some clarity here. There's obviously some empirical data. We can look at some things. The lead attorney has mentioned some things that yes, initially in a divorce, that men come out bad. So in some ways, yes, there's negatives for a man to get married. I mean, we can see that. That's obvious. We know what that is. When we're talking about marriage and whether or not marriage is good for men, if you go right to the data that shows the benefits of it, you are in your own way de facto making the case for it.
So I'm not.
I understand, but out of all the data that you could go to that shows how marriage is bad for men, you chose to pull out the data that shows where it's
academic data. Okay, show me the academic data. Hang on. Show me the academic data that says marriage is bad for men. Show me the academic data.
I tell you what, Obsidian.
Well, data academically is political too, so that don't mean shit.
Hold on. Go ahead, game changer. Go ahead.
I tell you what, Obsidian. You're asking Bernard to show you the evidence that it's bad for men. Show us the evidence that led you to the conclusion that you should be a confirmed bachelor.
Oh, there's no. It's a completely personal decision.
Based on what?
My own personal life.
Okay, because you tend to be the person that does stuff on empirical data, but
I do.
Wait, come on. This is getting gay. Like,
yeah. Well, no, it is, and I really didn't want it to be.
How's this gay?
All right, damn this. I want to make my statement, so I got hop off and y'all can be back and fucking forth. Y'all are doing.
All right, stop.
In the back and forth shit.
Yeah, it's getting ridiculous where somebody pulls out the data that shows how marriage is beneficial to men, and here's the data that marriage is beneficial to men, and somebody says, okay, well, you're making a case for advocating for the benefit of marriage for men, and then you say, I'm not advocating for marriage. I mean, the conversation.
It's about. Well, this is what happens when people are debating to debate.
Yes. It's a debate to debate. Go ahead and try to save us, Ed. Go ahead. So we're gonna go to Ed.
All right, I'm gonna go on a long soliloquy.
After Ed, could you read the super chats? Because I want to respond to one of them.
Yeah, and just to jump in, I do think that there are a lot of cases where marriage can be beneficial. You know, I don't.
Okay, well, you can say that after. You know, I'm not trying to be rude, but
Yeah,
then,
okay, hold on.
then somebody's gonna jump in and want to counter that.
This is the order. We're going to go Ed, then I'm going to go lead attorney, then I'm going to get to these super chats that Game Changer want to respond to. Go ahead, Ed. You got it.
And my mistake, I'm not trying to. I got mad respect for the attorney, especially for talking about stuff like this, because it gives an air of credibility. There was a guy locally by the name of Warren Ballantyne that did this type of stuff when it comes to child support. He did that kind of pro bono, like he did as a part of his radio show. And yeah, very good guy. So I respect people using those skills for that reason, because brothers need it. Here's the thing I want to say. Well, two things. Number one, as far as that comment the person made about female, their CPA and women are not married, I would say I would love to look at data and investigate. Is there an incentive for black women to not get married when it comes to advancement in corporate America? Because I do believe, and this is a theory, that black women are incentivized. Like, I don't say they're told, but it's culturally. I don't believe what Kevin says about men have to be married to move up. I definitely don't believe that's true for black women. I definitely believe like the opposite of that. I'm not saying they gotta not be married, but I'm also saying it's definitely something that's not gonna hurt you.
Actually,
I
Ed,
do believe there's a
real quick, Ed, it's actually some. No, I'm gonna sound like Obsidian. There's some empirical data to support that, because they say a woman, if she's married or if she has kids, she's going to get looked at as, her kids are going to be more important. She's going to have to leave work for kids. She's going to have to work less hours for kids, or this or that. So when they see a single woman, they're going to look at her and say, okay, she's free and available to work. Just like when they look at a married man.
Versus a dude he's seen as unstable because he's not tied down by a family.
Yeah, so a man has to be tied down to move up. A woman has to be free, single with no kids to move up. So yeah, that is true.
Yeah, that's complete bullshit. That's complete. And so anybody that says that there's double standards always benefit men, that's like a clear example where that's complete bullshit. And we all know there's double standards that men benefit from, but there's double standards that women benefit from. And I would dare argue in the black community, because we don't benefit from the full sense of manhood culturally that other groups do in this country, that's even less true for black men and black women in the community. That's the first thing. The second thing is, this is for the guys that are pro-marriage. I'm not talking about on the panel. I'm just talking about in the chat, because I already see that kind of coming up. This is what you all need to understand. I'm talking about the guys like Gabe, stuff like that. Y'all need to understand that the biggest reason is not that some dudes are anti-marriage, but a lot of dudes are on their choice. But the biggest thing that weird folks are trying to do, quite frankly, is really force a conversation. Like, one of the things that jumped out to me in this conversation was somebody saying that I think Fantastic said that guys need to be prepared for divorce. We already understand that you start having that conversation. That's like talking about life insurance with black people, prepping for death. And I was sitting and mentioned that the other day. That's some shit black people just don't do, because it requires an emotional maturity that black people just don't want to have. That's going to go into the spam box of what Negroes need to do and should do. The reason why I'm jumping on Fantastic a little bit is because the data don't matter. If somebody wants to get married, it doesn't matter how right you are. It's a feeling. And then it's a matter of you're crossing a Rubicon into you have to sell them on that. Now, if you're trying to help them and they're too fucking stupid to understand that, then it becomes how much energy are you trying to waste in selling them on some shit? Or do you want to be like, all right, nigga, you gonna touch the fucking hot stove and learn because you don't want to get it? That's a personal decision people can make. But my thing is, these conversations, because people would say, well, why do you all talk about marriage if you all don't want to get married? Because conversations like this leads into what the attorney and the Fantastic are going to talk about as far as how you should prepare for divorce. The biggest problem with marriage is not marriage, it's how women are using it. The laws are not going to be updated anytime soon, if ever. So men have to have a legal preparation. This is why Kevin talked about trust and shit, not fucking a prenup. Dudes have to be prepared for this. If you want to get married, you need to be prepared, because the stats show you will be fucked. No matter what a chick says, and that woman seems like a lovely lady who was on, it doesn't matter, because we know women can always change at the drop of a dime for whatever reason. And Kevin Samuels' show is outright proving these chicks will just break a marriage for whatever the fuck. So those are the two things. I appreciate y'all letting me have the floor. I'll leave it to y'all.
All right, thanks, Ed. Why did Creation Muse get hidden?
Only a loser would feel marriage. Platinum, where's your wife at?
No. I'm assuming that's what Game Changer wanted to respond to. So I'm passing the mic to
Yeah.
Game Changer.
Ooh, I'll leave that to Game Changer. But I'll do a video on that shit.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So, on this, there were a lot of disagreements and interaction back and forth between the attorney, Obsidian, Fantastic, Edward, et cetera. But only the game nigga resorted to insults, to name calling. Only a loser would fear marriage. You see, it's stuff like this. People ask, are you against game? Are you anti-game? No, I'm anti-niggas like this. People who like to insult groups of men for no apparent reason other than to aggrandize themselves. And Edward has a point. He's not married. So you see, stuff like this is just the general dirty macking tone that these dudes come with must be addressed. And the dudes themselves as a result of it. Now, when someone does this, they overlook the fact that they started with the insults and then they say, Game Changer. Are you against game? No. This has nothing to do with being against game. It has something to do with ignorant comments like that.
Right on.
Hi, I'm Snuggles.
Shout out to Snuggles. That brother P Dat is in the building with a super chat that I'm trying to find right now. Somebody got background noise real bad. That brother P Dat says, Fantastic is right. Couples I work with that are the most what is that?
Effed up.
Oh, effed up. See, I don't know. Okay. The most effed up are the ones who have been married 5 years and 15 years. All women pulling the plug. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. That brother P Dat.
Hey, for the record, I didn't say Fantastic was right. Somebody else did. Just for the record.
All right. I guess go ahead, Truth.
Appreciate it. So something was mentioned earlier that I actually wanted to. So there is a real issue with marriage and protecting oneself because there's been many firsthand experiences and accounts of women actually, and I think lead attorney I even heard mention this in a different interview where he talked about how there are women who will go see their divorce attorney before the wedding day. So it's like men often go into marriage as the ones who approached the woman in the first place, got down on one knee in the first place, and kind of are the leader. So they're the ones looking at it, I think, idealistically. They're looking at the marriage like, oh, this won't end because why even begin? Why begin something you think will fail? And so they go into it kind of naive, whereas the woman goes into it trained and brainwashed by all her feminine allies and culture and community. Oh, sis, you got to make sure you're secure. So she's prepped and prepared. So I think when we talk about marriage and whether or not you should or shouldn't do it, we shouldn't, to Game Changer's point, we shouldn't shame men for being hesitant to get married and curious as to, the pros and cons of it. So like when Platinum goes, oh, only losers are scared of marriage. I think what he's trying to hint at is like, look, a man is responsible for what happens to him. And, a man can handle whatever he's supposed to ideally. And if he fails to handle it, that's his fault. So he's a loser. So haha. I think that's ironically feminine because I don't think men talk to men like that. I think men talk to men with this level of understanding that the growth period is we are all products of the work that was put into us, right? Every individual who has made an investment and difference in our lives has substantiated our ability to value ourselves and work on ourselves and believe that there's something worthwhile. Like this space is proof of that. The fact that niggas do shit like this is, as they used to call it in Greece, the Parthenon, right? The room with all the men, like the space where the men go to do manly things. And in that space, you don't look at someone lesser on the path than you and mock him and chive him so you can look tough. You say, hey, man, you're kind of looking at this wrong. Can I help you out? Like it's supposed to be a guide stone. It's supposed to be a network of increasing the level of masculinity, not shaming people because you feel superior. And it's important because it also loses the message. The message is marriage is dangerous, right? The message is be prepared. Like hearing what you went through, Bernard, scared the shit out of me. And I'm so glad you were able to come out victorious out of that. Because you're like, you come off, and it wasn't surprising to hear, like you were a gentleman in the process and you're a good guy, but that actually worked against you because you weren't prepped and prepared by your community. So instead of only a loser fears that, it's like, no, we got to spread this information. We got to spread this information and let men know what their options are, what the routes are, how to be prepared, and if you're even going to get married. Because honestly, I think—
Hang on. Spread this to who exactly? Because the vast majority of black men are single and childless right now.
Yeah,
who are we spreading this information to?
Okay, that kind of misses my point.
We have the lowest black marital rate ever. And projected to drop even further. So who are we trying to spread this information?
Wait, Obsidian.
The lead attorney just said people are getting married every day. That's
regardless.
My bad.
Okay, regardless of how low the black marital rate is, if we can agree that there are some black men who are going to get married, we should be able to easily agree that they should be armed with as much information as possible. I think that's the main point of it, and that was more or less the point of the conversation I had with the lead attorney. Now there are some guys, and perhaps Fantastic is guilty of this, that that guy who bangs his fist on the table saying, "Nigga, don't get married, don't get married." I do understand some pushback against that, but Fantastic also hold on, I got you. Fantastic also comes with facts and reasons why shit you need to know in the event that you do go forward with that stuff. Now he might tell you you're stupid in the process, but he do present the information that you do need to know. So at the end of the day, it's information being given to men, and that's not bad, regardless of how low the marital rate is.
Yeah, and furthermore, I've said this repeatedly. You're a grown ass man. Do what you want. But at the same time, like I said, after the fact, if the shit happened to you that I told you is gonna happen to you, I'm gonna tell you I told you so. All right, I'm gonna still help you out, but I am gonna give you a couple of them. You thought you were special, and a lot of dudes think they're special. A lot of dudes think that, hey, it can't happen to me. My wife loves me. I got my woman in control, not in my house. All this, I'm super alpha. I'm the alpha
your way too.
I'm guilty. I'm guilty of some of that shit. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm glad you said that, because I think that really drives at something here. Okay, look. There's something to be said to knowing the laws of your state and so forth. There's something to be said for that. I agree. Lead attorney, other attorneys. But I think there's something else at work here that I think that we're going to have to be honest about.
Hey.
I think there's something to be said about the women that are chosen to be a wife in the first place that plays a role in why things don't work out. I think that's something that needs to be talked about.
I think we talk about that all the time.
Yeah, that's that feeling bullshit. Most black men get married. Don't get married from a business. Just like how most black women don't pick the fathers to their children.
Hang on.
Most black men don't get married for the right reason.
So we know that studies tells us, and we have to make a distinction between marriage studies and divorce studies. We can't conflate the two. There is separate literature on divorce as it is on marriages. We know that the positive marriages that benefit men, hold on. We know that the positive marriages that benefit men, one measure is life itself. They live longer. The women in those marriages.
You still haven't put that study out there.
You go
the women that are
the
women that are more likely.
Please, I'm saying you still haven't put that study in the private chat that you told us.
I'll put it in the public chat.
Yeah, and are we talking about black people? Because now you got to start dealing with black people, which got the 1 in 4 is going to be married and 80% activate divorce.
I just want to hop in real quick.
I just want to finish my statement.
Go let Obsidian finish.
I said, for example, we know that men in good marriages live longer, and the reason for can I finish?
Millionaires.
Can I finish, please?
Go ahead. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
The reason why is because the women there look out for their health more. So what are the traits and qualities of a woman more likely to take an interest in your health? What does that look like?
Obsidian, those are older marriages, though. To fantastic.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Fantastic. No, Obsidian. Relax. Relax.
Wait.
To Fantastic's point.
Yeah,
when you go by generations.
Are you all right? So let me do it this way. Let me come at it this way. Are we suggesting? Hold on a second. Hold on. Are we suggesting that black women from a younger generation should just be written off?
No, I didn't say that.
No,
what I said was
so if that's the case, okay. So what are the factors? What are the traits?
But Obsidian, hold on.
Let him ask this question.
What are the factors and what are the traits that differentiates one black woman from another?
Okay, so we got to go one at a time, y'all. Let me answer the question.
Somebody got bad background noise.
Fantastic. Can I pass it to you after like 1 sec? I just want to say like one quick thing. Appreciate it. All I was going to say is that we can't tell if marriage makes someone live longer until they die. And so quite literally, you don't know if that's still true. That's all I'm saying.
How do you say that though? On what basis?
All right.
Well, Obsidian, like he said, that went to my point to tell you marriage is literally being held up by the older generations, Obsidian.
But the argument, so what you're saying is, in order for us to take an assessment, we have to wait for at least another 20 years, if not longer, so we can compare the two.
It's not 20. It's going to be more like, I'll say 10 to 15, because once a lot of these boomers die off, the last bit of the boomers that are left die off and they die, we're going to start seeing the true numbers of marriage that I was trying to tell you, Obsidian. But there's no black scholars specifically studying black marriage.
That's what explains that point.
But hold on, but now you're getting let me just say this. To the original point, man. Listen, no one. This is you're going back to Bernard's point now. What we're trying to tell you, of course. If we want the black community to last and not be over with and done or start having detrimental birth rates and all these different things and whatnot, I know the extinction thing is not going to happen over the next probably 50 generations. Not even worried about that.
Right.
But still, from the fact of continuing strong black families and better conditions for black people, because we know the best people, regardless of race, come from two-parent households. Now you get back to the point where you ask about black women being written off. Well, now what do you have to do? Because you want to marry these women, you have to arm the men with the knowledge of what they're possibly getting into if they marry these women. Furthermore, we get into, well, what are the traits? Well, the traits is this, Obsidian. You pretty much have, like, you're one of these, you're on the BBW team. But for most of these dudes, they want a woman that's fit, feminine, and all this other shit. Okay, well, fit, you only got 20% of the women to pick from. Okay, feminine, hell, it's probably even less than that. And without a child. So how many men are even available out here, Obsidian, coming from we don't know. That's why I'm telling you. So this is why I'm saying, I understand you're an empirical data guy. Hold on. I'm almost done, Ed. I got you, bro. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
We don't yet know what those numbers are going to be because the future generation of girls have to become adult women and prove they're not going to follow in the footsteps of their women in front of them, the generation of women in front of them. At the same time, though, even though we can't assure that and we don't know what they're going to be.
Well, how do they prove it?
Say again?
Well, hold on.
Hang on. How do they prove?
How do they prove what, Obsidian?
How do they prove? Okay, so if the argument is black marital rates among millennials are falling, we both agreed on that. If that's the argument, we both agreed.
Yes.
If that's the argument, and the argument is we won't be able to determine if those women that are coming up now will be suitable as wives until they're adults. Okay, how do we determine that if they don't get married to begin with?
But that's my point. That's what I'm saying. Because he has a great point. Listen, exactly. If these women and the millennial women are still choosing the route of not getting married and having children out of wedlock, well, they're furthermore going to have lesser. They're going to have lesser examples of what it is to be a wife and what it is to have the importance of having.
But you are aware of the fact. that there's a growing number of black women who are childless too.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. But even though there's a growing number, there's still a greater number of women having children out of wedlock versus having them in marriage.
Right, so now we have to disaggregate. So now we have to disaggregate class. So now we have to disaggregate class. Now we have
no.
Now we have to disaggregate class.
Dooku shit.
Hold on, wait. Hold on. Go ahead, Ed.
Bullshit.
And
This
no,
is
it's not
bullshit.
Wait a
Fantastic.
minute.
I'm not going against what you're saying. I'm not going against what you're saying. But he's leading you
I'm
into saying
not
that.
saying, but you got to let him say it so we can attack it and address it point by point.
Because
right.
it's
bringing up
not
valid
one
points.
point.
He already
He's
said
moving
it.
the post. He's
Well,
moving the
again,
post, and you just
nigga,
going along with it.
I'm kicking 80-yard field goals, so it don't matter. So let him keep
No,
moving the
you're
post.
not. No, you're not.
All right.
Like,
Everybody chill. Everybody chill. All right. Obsidian said
I'm
what he
not even
said, and I
trying to
want
get
Ed.
mad.
Holy shit! If Obsidian said what he said, I want Ed to respond. Go.
Like, this would work if we didn't have a healthy sample size of women calling into a specific show saying shit over and over. Kevin proved men want to get married more than black women. So I can make a strong argument for that. Number one, we are more married than they are, but also so you make this assumption that black women want to be married in the first place. So everything Fantastic said comes after we can show they even want to engage in it. We're not even talking about like 50-50 or 100%. We're just talking about, do they want to do that? And the reality is not only by how much they divorce out of it and how few there are, but also the fact they don't marry other races, which we could argue they're not getting picked up and all that. But even what comes out of their mouth, black women don't want to get married until they're like in their mid-30s, damn near half the time. And marriage, when you compare them to other groups, it is always last on the list. How many of these motherfuckers you have talked to, they have talked about, that's too young, I need to live life first. They look at marriage like a fucking retirement plan. That's how they look at it. And so all this other, all this other shit y'all talking about is valid, but it comes after you can even demonstrate that they want to get married. So Obsidian, you're making a lot of like really broad assumptions. Maybe it's because you're an expert, and I get that. But the women we're dealing with, millennials and Zs, they are not on that bullshit. They're not. These motherfuckers, they want to be single. That's what they want. Now, obviously, you got 20% or a certain percentage of women that want to get married, and then within them, we can ask these questions. But then it becomes, okay, well, that's the pool you have to pull from, not counting for STDs, hot girl summer bullshit, you know, kids.
That's a fair point.
This is why you have to expand it.
You're making a fair point, Ed, because the data, I try to be guided by the data, not my personal opinions or feelings. The data says that black Americans marry later than anybody in American life. We marry later, we divorce more, we cohabit less, and we do have more kids out of wedlock, and we cheat on each other.
I have a question for Obsidian.
Hang on. I will take your question.
Yeah.
And we cheat on each other more than anybody else. The average age of marriage, first marriage for a black woman is almost 32 years old, compared with all. Let me finish. The average first marriage age of black women is almost 32 years old, compared with all American women at around 28. Now, you want to go into why? According to research by Eden and Kefalis, 2005, Philadelphia, Promises I Can Keep. Many black women tend to marry either their baby daddy or somebody willing to be their daddy for their kids.
Okay,
that's the question. That doesn't.
Hold on. That does not at all explain why they get married later.
Exactly, and they're offered earlier than
I can explain it.
Oh God!
What Ed said was correct, but what Ed said about a lot of women calling in the Kevin show, I accept the sample size. Eden and Kefalis said this 15 years ago. Many of those women
this is what they don't say. When are they given the offer to get married? When do they get their engagements? It's earlier than that 32, which means the women say no, which Kevin is proven, which means they are the ones driving that. It's not the baby daddy.
I agree. Go ahead. Hold on. All right. Stop. All right. I'm passing it to Game Changer. Go ahead, Game Changer. You got the floor. You got the mic.
I'm done.
Obsidian, you say that you tend to be guided by empirical data and not, and not how you feel about something like that. However, earlier when asked, why are you a confirmed bachelor? You said, because I wanna. I'm paraphrasing.
Well, that's not what I said. That's not
once again, I'm paraphrasing, but you know.
Well, I mean, we're going to be accurate. My reasoning for it was personal. It didn't have anything to do with politics or empirical studies. It was a personal.
Yeah. So once again,
for why you want it to.
Yeah. Well,
anyway, I can't hear both of you at the same time.
No, but once again, you say that you base your decisions on empirical data, but here's a decision that a very important life decision that wasn't based.
I didn't say personal decisions.
Okay, fair enough.
Didn't say personal decisions.
Okay, fair enough.
When we're talking about what rises to the level of macro policy type discussions, I try to be guided by the data and the facts.
Right, but you don't use those in personal decisions. No. I get it. All right.
No, it's just like very, very few of us do.
I get it. I understand. So, Bernard, there was. Could you read the super chats, please?
Well, no. You wanted to respond to what Platinum said. I'll try to pull it back up if I can, and it's gone. That Platinum super chat is gone. Do you want me to were you interested in this one right here that's on the screen, or was you
no, it was the Platinum super chat.
Okay,
basically he mentioned a professional athlete that was married, and he says, I don't sense fear in him. So now all of a sudden the quote unquote player Mac is valuing marriage, and he is measuring manhood by a person's courage in walking into marriage. Very interesting thing. First of all, it's an extraordinary
athlete as a measuring stick.
Go ahead, game changer.
Well, right quick. Truth, please. First of all, I find it very interesting that a advocate of player and to quote him, fucking on bitches is all of a sudden looking for marriage. And Platinum, I'm curious if marriage and the willingness to get married is the measuring stick for manhood. Then how do you measure your own?
I have no idea how he does that, but what I would say is,
well, the question was to him.
Yeah,
so,
but I would say,
I'll let Platinum come up.
But what I would say is, what I find fascinating about the entire conversation is there's so much energy being expended on a serious minority of people getting married now. The majority of black men are going to be single for the rest of their lives. Seems to me there needs to be more conversation about how do you go about ordering that rest of your life. For example, your health care. For example,
you drove the marriage part of the conversation, Obsidian.
Pardon?
You drove the marriage part of the conversation.
I didn't drive it. It was pre-existing.
J.I. came up and asked her one question about marriage, and then Zero said that was a stupid question, and then so we debated whether or not the question was stupid, and then we moved on. And you said, wait, I want to go back to the marriage. Let's talk about the marriage. And now we still talking.
I didn't want to go back to the marriage. I wanted to go back to the question that was informed by Zero's argument.
That was about marriage. After
and that's what J.I. asked about, not me.
I know. J.I. asked about it. Zero said it was a stupid question. I kind of agreed it was a low priority question to ask Charde. And then we kind of moved on, and I deliberately tried to move the conversation forward. And you said, wait, let's go back to
you don't think male happiness is important?
Of course. Okay. Of course.
Okay.
It is.
I'm just asking.
Of course it is. But you just said, why are we so much focused on a conversation about marriage? And then I just proved that you were the one that drove the conversation about marriage. And then now you're saying, so you don't think male happiness is important, which means you just admitted that you the one drove the conversation about marriage. And I'm just like what? Why are you doing this stuff?
But it was pre-existing. I only asked for clarity. And I gave the evidence, which then I was accused of being a defender. Instead of just dealing with the evidence and not letting your feelings get in the way of it.
All right. Okay. A Platinum, who's also endorsing marriage today.
Actually, I'm not. Actually, I'm against. I'm opposed to it. But
well, that means that you got fear in you. I sense fear in you.
Yeah, exactly.
What a loser. He's a loser.
You loser. You a loser, bitch, broke beta male in fear of marriage. Why you scared of a bitch?
There you go. We're gonna bring it out of you in a minute, Bernard. You're gonna be on the game side in a minute. Hey, now check this out. Trevor Lawrence, who's projected first round pick, I actually was wrong. He got married 10 days ago, 20th April. April 10th. My fault. April 10th. He's projected to be the first overall pick with the Instagram deal, all the digital money now for the athletes, advertisements, shoe contracts, big money up front. She's a part of all of that. So I'm saying I hear the conversations about marriage here all the time. Why is he's in Clemson, he's not he is in college. Why does he say, I don't care, I'm getting married before I get drafted? This is my wife, this is my woman, she deserves half of everything I earn. Why is he can have that position? And I'm listening to the people here. This is what I'm saying. There seems to be some fear from guys here with a marriage. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Homeboy, you're talking about is probably pussy whipped and bitch broke.
But I mean, and nevertheless, that's a question better posed to him. You're asking him why is he getting married?
No, well, he's made
a moment to pause on Platinum revealing that he is a simp. You don't know that nigga's a simp?
I'm asking you guys what your position
real
was.
Recognize real.
I got you. Hold up. You're answering the question. I'm answering the panel. I was trying to see what you guys thought. You said hold on.
It's not an example to young men, nor is this.
Can I finish?
What you're actually doing in your super chat.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I got Steve the Dean's reply yesterday specifically about that topic. No, my point is his reply was pretty similar to you guys, and I said interesting. We all hold the same position on that. But I was saying that we have a man who's a very public figure. We'll see him tonight. He'll have all lights will be on him. And he's a married man. He got married 2 weeks ago. So the bitches and all the money and all of that. But I'm just saying, I do wonder why he doesn't have this apprehension about being married. Like it doesn't fucking matter to him. He could give a shit.
God. Oh my God. Oh my God. All right. Freaking game dudes. All right, listen.
What does game have to do with it?
Well, this is about your tribe in a very particular
I'm not in the tribe.
In a very consistent pattern of behavior. Listen, be your own man. Just because Steve the Dean is married, that doesn't mean that marriage is all of a sudden a good thing and everybody else is a loser.
Okay.
Stop.
Who said? I said.
Excuse me. Don't interrupt. Stop smoking cigars just because one person smokes them. Stop getting mics and stuff just because another person does it.
You being
just because Steve the Dean. Just because Steve the Dean thinks that marriage is a plus, do not change your lifestyle.
Wait a minute. You don't listen.
Real quick. Time out.
Because I'm gonna get up out of here. Yeah, I'm gonna.
What's up with this comment right here on the screen? Is he talking about you?
I don't know. So this dude said, "Well, fuck on his son's wife is pressing for me."
Well,
I have no idea.
Now marriage is cool because Steve the Dean says it's cool.
I have no idea what this guy's are saying.
Okay, good. I just wanted to confirm because it sounded like he was talking about you, so I wanted you to clear your name if you didn't say.
Yeah, I have no idea what that guy's talking about. Hold up. Just to clear the record, Steve the Dean actually holds the same position you hold about that guy getting married. This brother with the Black Panther avatar. I don't know. I can't see his name because of your super chat thing. Yeah, truth. He holds your same position, Steve the Dean, and he's married. And he said a man that young about to get that type of money to get married is out of his fucking mind. He's a beta, he's a simp, and he's all of those things. So
you just said that people who think that are losers.
I said fear it because he doesn't fear it. Trevor Lawrence doesn't fear the downside of marriage.
So you just brought up a bad example. Oh,
exactly.
Bro, bad example.
No, I didn't.
Oh gosh.
No, I didn't. It's a perfect example. Perfect example. A guy who's about to get
fear the things that you listed.
Trevor Lawrence does not fear a divorce.
Because you're trying to suggest that the fear of something makes someone a loser. I kind of see your point there. There's too much nuance to unpack. But
I got one question. Before I pass it to Judge Zilla, because Judge Zilla is the one that posted the comment. But Platinum, if you were 21 and you were about to walk into $50 million, would you fear that you would lose half of your money marrying some 19-year-old college bimbo?
I wouldn't get married.
Why?
because I wouldn't. I want to just enjoy my life. I wouldn't be ready to be married. I wouldn't want to be in that. I wouldn't want to have a marriage in my life at that time. At 20.
Can we just agree that you two would, and in addition to that, you would also fear that this 19-year-old college bimbo would try to take half your shit in 5 years?
Okay. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I mean that's
No, because I wouldn't, because I wouldn't have got married. I'm saying, look, first of all, that's not even the prettiest girl. Wait,
loser.
That's not even the prettiest girl on Clemson's campus. You know what I'm saying? He's not even fucking with the top bitches at Clemson.
Loser.
Can I add some kerosene?
Go ahead, Judge. Go ahead, Judge.
Platinum. So wait a minute. So you're calling me a liar? So you're
I'm not calling
you a liar.
Oh yeah, I'm calling you a liar.
You didn't say those things. You did not say in a conversation about leaving pussy on the fucking table that you would fuck your son's wife.
Judge.
If she's going, she's going.
Judge, you're talking about
that sounds like a direct quote.
No, he's talking about a stream that was probably made months ago.
Did you say
it's out of context. Why you guys like to be ghetto when y'all talk to me?
Say it, nigga.
Nigga. When the last time you said nigga, Judge?
So what the fuck you calling me a liar for then, nigga?
What's going on your panel, Bernie?
Lying ass motherfucker.
The panel been crazy today.
They said motherfucker. Y'all niggas be killing me with that, bro. I'm out of here.
You avoiding the question.
Hey, peace, Platt. Thank you for the speech,
bro.
Man. Yeah, no disrespect. Even though
did he voice the question?
So anyway, I was thinking of working on a lexicon, Bernard. This is the burning question I want to ask you. So I'm thinking about, because I already have a glossary in the Book of Obsidian, and I'm going to expand on it. And then the idea struck me, well, maybe I need to keep something like that updated and possibly even publish it and kind of update it from time to time, a Black Manosphere, lexicon or dictionary. So I wanted to get your official definition of the phrase pussy riot.
Well, damn. I do say that after the sexual revolution, that there were a percentage of men who probably would have been married men with families or whatnot, but then the sexual revolution happened, second wave feminism. There are some men who ultimately became looters in the pussy riot. So I guess the pussy riot would just basically be, damn, I hate that you put me on the spot, because if you asking my official definition, I want to think about it, write it down, and make it make sense. But so I just described the condition that led to the pussy riot. So that would just basically just be these modern times where women are free and get married less and are I suppose equally interested in hooking up and having casual sex as what men are. That's my off the cuff definition of what I mean by the pussy riot.
Okay. Yeah, the reason why I asked is because you had a recent interview with Dr. Thunder, and that phrase came up, and I said, you know what? I got to ask him what his official definition is so I can include it in the lexicon.
Okay, yeah, that's. I'll think about it more and try to write it out so it'll be more precise. But that's my off the cuff definition of it. Fatal Dose, man, did you come here to save us? Because this conversation been all over the place, man. You got the floor, you got the mic. Are you there? Fatal Dose is not there. All right.
Yeah, he might be having some trouble with his mic. But yeah, I wanted to go back to a game changer for something, but not necessarily what he said per se, but it informed something else. So,
can you hear me now?
Go ahead, Fatal Dose.
All right. So here's why I have a problem, right? I understand what the data suggests, and I get why we want strong, successful families. Where I have a problem is the men that are pushing this are the men who themselves are either not married or have never been married, right? And the way I'm looking at it is, and don't get me wrong, because I'm married, right? And I don't understand how it is that someone who hasn't had that experience and live that type of life could have the audacity to call a man that say he doesn't want to do it as some kind of a punk bitch and you're just afraid when you yourself are not getting into that lifestyle, and you don't even understand how it works and what you're telling these men to get into.
Who are you
Yeah,
addressing specifically?
He's addressing Platinum.
My
Right,
understanding is that Platinum was married and divorced.
okay, so I didn't know that. So, but I mean, so the thing about
No,
it
he
is
should have been fearful, but just saying.
And the other part
I'm
too
sorry, say that
is
again?
like,
I didn't hear that. What? Say that again, please.
No, I was just saying if that's the case, then he should have been fearful. But
I have no idea. Yeah. Okay.
so Obsidian, right? Just check this out. Like, I get what you're trying to do.
Wait, hold on. Time out. Just, I remember I did a one-on-one with Platinum. He said he got married because he was in the military, and by marrying the woman, I think she would get to bunk in, live with you. It was pussy related. It was, like he literally said, it was for the in-house pussy from the military condition. He'll be able to have a chick on campus, on site, so to speak. Basically, that's what it amounted to, and it was a money thing, and then. Getting married, you get more money. You get more money and in-house pussy or something like that. It was a situation, something like that. That was the reason why he did it. So
is marrying for pussy game?
I don't know.
To be fair, we don't judge niggas by their past, because But
Fredo, you want to ask me a question?
Yeah. So
be judged by. Okay.
So my question is, Obsidian, based on the data you were citing, right? I don't see how because I know plenty of men, and I know this is anecdotal, but I know plenty of men who are living very happy lives and are not they're healthy, they're happy, that are not married. So I don't see.
I would be one of them.
Right. So I don't see how that the data would suggest that the only way a man could live long and be happy is to be married. And this coming from a married man myself.
But I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that the only way to live a long, happy life was to get married. I never said that.
But that's what it sounds like you're saying when you're saying that.
That's your interpretation. You're free to interpret it any way you want, but that's not what I said. That's not what the data says.
Okay, so help me understand what I'm getting wrong here, because my understanding of the way you're presenting it is that if you're a man and you want to live a successful, financially successful, a healthy, happy, productive life, then marriage is the way to go. That's what I'm understanding. As if that is
on the floor was, who benefits more from marriage, men or women? That was the question on the floor. I directly responded to that.
But so here's why I have a problem with that, right? How could it be? And I've seen a lot of the PragerU videos and the talks on this, and I tend to disagree with it, right? Because if I'm a man, and maybe I'm slightly skewed because most of the men I know fall in the category that KS talks about. So my experience with my counterparts is different than what it would be with within the rest of the general population, right? So, but from my experience, I see that most women who are getting married to the men I know are actually getting a come up to where they're miserable financially, they're miserable and lonely, and then they marry these men. All of a sudden, they're traveling to the Caribbean, traveling to Europe, traveling all over the place, getting a house, getting new cars, all of that coming from the man. So I think it's kind of stupid to say.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I was just saying, the perks of the marriage.
Yeah, so it's kind of skewed to say man benefits the most, because if I wasn't married, I still have my house, I still have my car, I still be traveling, I still be doing all of that. So I don't see how it is that the man.
I think it's a simple calculation, right? If we want to consider who is the most, who benefits the most from an interaction, we just see who needs it the most. So if we say, both parties don't get married, well, we go into the man's age, he's not really going to suffer as a direct consequence. He might miss out on the mother of his progeny being in the home with him, but he will still be able to secure it, especially if he's making money, right? He doesn't need the marriage to have anything he wants at all, other than some kind of paperwork signifying that he has a companion. Because you can have many companions that you don't marry, versus the woman who will age out of her power when she gets older and older and older. It's like she literally needs that marriage because now she can't even get what she could have secured at that younger age. She's dependent upon the marriage, whereas his age has no consequence as time passes on. So I think it's obvious women benefit way fucking more, way more, even before the perks. And the perks are a great point. That's like a mountain of a point in itself. If a woman's with any decently competent man, she's going to be at home taking care of kids while he breaks his body for her. That's kind of nuts. If someone breaks in the house or threatens them, he's going to defend her. That's
what would be the breaking of the body and birthing children?
What? Okay, no offense. That. I'll take you serious. That's nothing. You know how I know that's nothing? Because every chick that's ever lived has had to do it, and I hate when bitches complain about that. It's on some shit like that's what you do realize.
But you do realize. You do realize. Hang on. You do realize.
Don't ask me. I do realize.
You do realize that the number one killer of women worldwide until very recently in human history.
Yes, I know.
You realize.
And you know what the number one preventer of that was? A strong man in your life.
No.
Yes. What are you talking about?
Not maternal death. Not maternal death.
I know the number you're talking
Obsidian,
about.
Why is it irrelevant? Why is it relevant that prior to modern medical science and technology that women used to die a lot during childbirth? That was horrible.
That's not what you said.
That was horrible.
No, but Obsidian, it's still true. You just proved my point anyway. Listen. You just proved my point. 8 out of 10 women used to die during pregnancy.
Easy. That's
8 out of 10 women used to die during pregnancy. The 2 out of 10 that didn't die.
All right, Truth. All right, Truth. Let's get this response, Truth.
Let me ask you a question, Truth. How old are you?
29.
You never been married?
No.
I take it you never want to be.
Why?
Okay, hang on. I take it you never want to be.
Why? You're wrong.
You do want to be.
Yes.
Okay. So what is the problem?
Real fast. 8 out of 10 women used to die during childbirth. The 2 out of 10 that didn't die, I wonder what helped them live. It was probably that 2%, that upper alpha percent. No, that just makes too much sense. Like I said, you just
no. Wait, hold on. Truth. I think you're misunderstanding something. The physical act of pulling a human going through your birth canal used to literally kill women.
Oh yeah, I get that.
Obsidian, so that got nothing to do with how alpha the man is.
So what I'm suggesting.
But hold on. Where Obsidian is going wrong is for even bringing that up into a modern conversation.
Yeah,
you talked about the modern man going to work, breaking his back, and doing breaking his body. Breaking body for her. And then you said, and then Obsidian said, well, what about childbirth? And then you said, fuck that, every woman has done it since the beginning of time. Now, it is true that if we were in primitive times, that would be a death-defying stunt. It is no longer. Therefore, it's irrelevant to bring that.
Hang on a second, because the argument goes the woman is benefiting and the man isn't benefiting from anything, right?
I don't think that was the argument.
Hang on. What benefits the most?
Hang on.
The most.
What benefits accrue to the man then?
Oh, I mean, you could say he gets some benefits, but honestly,
list out for some of the benefits for me, Truth. What are the benefits that the man gets?
Some of them are going to be subjective, but some men might value the mother of their children in their home with their children and that homeostasis, right?
Yeah.
In-house pussy, I think, is something that fades. In my experience, in-house pussy is actually not as nice as niggas say it is, unless they can't get pussy. It's actually more of a deterrent, and
it's a fucking headache.
You feel me? Real shit. Now
I'm asking for the benefits. So you said children, for some men, children. All right, got that. Give me another one.
Children. That's it, bro.
I can't hear everybody talking at once.
Well, let me. Obsidian, listen. The only thing you get out of the deal is children, companionship, and sex. That's it.
All right. But how about this? And I actually floated this or elsewhere online. How about this? Okay, If that's the argument, the solution is very simple. Surrogate moms. Here in the United States, you can get a surrogate mom for between 50 and 80 grand. No problems with divorce. No problems with child support. Problem solved.
That
Well, real quick,
that
hold on.
doesn't cover
You're late on that one. Shout out to Ramil Amir. You're super late on that one. Ramil's been suggesting that for over a year, opinion.
and that doesn't and that doesn't and that what you suggested, that doesn't cover the companionship end of it. And men do, there's the men who get married, they do actually want a family. They want, as Truth said, the mother of their children.
But you just got finished telling me that that's not a benefit.
Nobody said that wasn't a benefit.
Right, so having a family is a benefit.
But no, that's subjective because it's an individual basis. But at the same time, hold on, it's subjective. But at the same time, like you said, due to the numbers and the success of the human beings that are going to come out of it, it's necessary. So it's not a gray area, but it's a flip of a coin. Furthermore, this is the problem. When I said the same thing to Ramil, how many brothers? How much you say? What you say the average cost was? The bottom end of it?
Between 50 and 80 grand.
All right, 50. Okay, again, we know that most African American men aren't reaching the level of six-figure earnings until they're in their late 30s to early 40s. How realistic it's for men to wait until they're in their 30s and 40s to propagate and have children?
And most men who make six figures still don't got anywhere from 50 to 70,000 liquid just laying around.
Exactly.
So
and then furthermore, hold on real quick. Obsidian, wait. And furthermore, where is the pool of these black women? Remember, Obsidian, you want a woman that's healthy, not obese. Okay, you want a woman that has that's not just from a weight standpoint, an actual health standpoint.
Right.
She doesn't have any STDs. Black women leading that. She doesn't have any mental. She doesn't have any mental disorders. Black women are super heavy in that. So the pool of women that all black men are going to have to pick from, on top of spending 50 to 80 grand, you're literally going to super. You're a Star Trek fan, remember? You're going to put it into warp speed of fucking the birth rate going down the drain, man. It's just not practical. But it's not practical.
But for the guys, and this is a major area of concern for black men. That's fine. At least black men in the black manosphere. I have no problem with that. I'm not here to tell black men what their priorities should be. This is the reason why I'm not a promoter of not getting married. I leave that in the hands of each individual man to decide for himself. I'm not in the business of telling men what they should do with their lives. My thing is, if it means that much to you, then what is the viable solution? If you can't afford surrogacy, don't have
what
kids,
means
don't
that
have
much
kids
to
at
you.
all.
Hold on. If what means that much to you?
If
I think you're saying that
getting married means that much to you, and at the same time you want a legacy, you don't want to pay child support, you don't want to be encumbered by the court system. How much is that worth to you?
But again, that's literally paying child support up front. Even if you don't have children, maybe you don't know this.
You're not paying child support when you have a surrogate child.
Yes, you are. Listen, let me explain it to you, Obsidian. If you're going to pay a woman $50,000 to birth your child up front, and even if she has no ties to that child after the fact, then you're raising that child as a single father. Obsidian, do you know the average cost of a child in America?
About $250,000 at present.
Yeah, $250,000. So now you just turned $250,000. And again, that $250,000, when they give you those numbers of shit and how they split up, they split up between a two-parent household, idealistically. Okay. So what that's what I'm saying. So now you're front loading yourself with $50,000 to $80,000 in the hole, plus the $250,000 over the 18-year time for the childhood. So again, like I said, I understand from a technical aspect, it sounds good, but is it realistic? And again, you're going to tell the majority of men, we're talking about the men, like you said, those 50% of men, 51% of men that are single and childless, right? That want to have children. Now, hey, we're going to pull you out of the dating market. We're going to pull you out of the marriage market, relationship market. Hey, get a surrogate, pay the $50,000 up front. And then furthermore, now you still got to go work a job. And now you're going to turn it to the whole single dad thing as to where that's going to be a whole different dynamic.
Yep.
So, and now you're going to have another thing. It's just, I'm telling you, it's again, on paper, realistically,
And
it's just
so a lot of guys will drop out and won't have kids. Then the solution is there.
No, I actually think that they will eventually, when they get, and I'm using air quotes here, what they think is the right woman in the right situation, they will eventually have something like a family, whether they go do it state sanctioned or not. So the whole premise of your argument, I think, is going to fall apart. Even somebody like Game Changer, who don't have kids, but I think he values family. I think he will eventually have. I think he will eventually have a family, whether he does it with the state or not,
Yeah,
or rather he takes. That was some damn good advice that the lead attorney gave on how to do a airtight prenup. So I think these guys will end up ultimately having a family and children with a woman, and so they're technically okay. They're just talking about what the problems is, and you're coming in full speed. Well, if this is a problem, then just do this. I don't know if that's even necessary.
Well, but here's the problem, though. We know that child support is a huge issue for black men in the black manosphere. Seems to me that seems like a serious recipe to return to that problem again.
Yeah, but again, like I said, furthermore, it's other avenues that brothers have a chance of using versus going the surrogate route, because the man of the hour is here. But yeah, that's all I'm saying, man. Like I said, a person that's never been through it, and especially from the aspect of you doing it yourself versus, and shout out to the lead attorney, no disrespect to him. Again, the dude's a 20-year professional expert, all these things, whatnot, what have you. But you do not have to use an attorney to get your things for yourself. You can put the things off to where you get to where you need without that. So versus having a surrogate and doing all these other things, because furthermore, you still need that. You still need balance. Okay. Again, just as bad as it is for these our kids to grow up from extremely feminized and no type of masculine frame. Now you're going to flip the coin to go into the other total extreme, to where there's hardly any type of emotional affection, and all these different things that you're supposed to get from the woman and the female. And we're not even talking the situation now. We're talking about co-parenting. We're talking a literal, like a baby fucking soda machine. That's her only purpose. She
Wait a minute. I thought all that messy stuff. I thought the problems that a lot of brothers, again, I respect the argument, but a lot of the problems come from all that messy emotional stuff. See, I like to cut all that out the middle, man. You know what? We just get rid of all of that.
Well, but again,
I just do a straight Django Fett. I get boba. We rock out.
Yeah, but from a psychological and sociological effect, Obsidian, again, we have the proof now of the current generations of the black community due to the lack of male influence. Again, it'd be the same way if we just started having these mothers that all they do is have the baby, breastfeed the baby for however long, you wean them off, and now there's no woman whatsoever until you're still gonna have to deal with a woman. And that's why I'm saying
you can hire a nanny, you can hire a governess,
but now that's more money.
Yeah, that's the price.
Then we make more money. Then we make more money. This is crazy to me. Why do we care about? I find it funny how the single mothers can have their reign and nobody says anything to them when they say we're gonna do it by ourselves. Single dads raise way better children than single mothers, and on top of that, the lack of female affection. When did that become so important? Single dads already do a better job. I mean, and in the surrogate thing, just make some more bread. Like, we're gonna have to start really getting on this money stuff, taking more seriously. Like, money's not magical. Start another business, get some more investments, start studying money. It's not impossible to do. You got to pay your way. I agree with Obsidian. You got to pay your way. But with that article, I'm gonna have fun with that though. But I'm gonna have fun with that.
But Ramil, this is a question, and again, like I said, to you guys have been on the entrepreneurship for a while, and you guys have pretty much, at some level, have some level of mastery. It's easy to say, easier said than done. Now, how long is it going to take us to get an army or enough black men to be able to do this in mass? That's what I'm trying to tell you. Even though how long is the progress going to take? You see what I'm saying? Just like you said, Ramil, another extreme but extremely effective point that could be used is, hey, black men just stop having kids for a 5 to 10 year period. And to the point of where, we wash out these women that are worthless, and you stop rewarding the horrible women and all these different things. But at the same time, like you said, you're gonna have enough brothers that have a discipline. Are you gonna be able to go the 5 to 10 years? Is it gonna take 5 years? Is it gonna take 10 years? So again, a lot of these things sound good on paper, but what we're talking about here is a whole lot of time And most importantly, with black men, we don't have is a code or understanding across the board about what we're doing, what the plan is, and we're going to stick to it and make sure we delve out the whatever the orders are or whatever the ultimate plan is.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that I didn't know we was talking about us. What we got to do as a collective group of black men. I thought we was talking about what black men, if they want to have a family, the best option. The truth is, all this other stuff, the surrogacy is. If you want children, that's the best route to go. If you got to pay your way. How to understand how we know the setbacks of cohabitating, trying to work together with these females. We know where their heads is at when it comes to raising children. They don't even fuck with you like that. So, I mean, when we presented surrogacy, it's going to be obstacles to everything. But to have full legal control, I mean, you can't really beat that. I don't see why we care about female affection. That's not needed for the child like that.
That threw me for a loop too.
Yeah, I'm like, what the hell are we talking about? We know.
Well, hold on, wait. So what you guys are telling me is, again, and I made sure I stated this. There are extremes, just like there's an extreme of a dearth of masculine influence. There will be an extreme of a dearth of feminine influence. Again, the mother and the father is meant to serve two purposes. That's why the best children come out of two-parent households. So let's not forget that. Even though single fathers do a better job than single mothers, single fathers do not do a better job than two-parent households.
Yeah, but who's ending the two-parent households? Who's ending the two-parent households though?
Hold on real quick. Again, in Obsidian, for you to be Mr. Data, Mr. Authors, Mr. Books and all these different things. I know you know this from a psychological level that everything I'm saying is right and exact. So again,
but if black women are so jacked up to begin with, it cancels each other out anyway.
No, it doesn't cancel each other out. Again, and this is what I'm trying to get you guys to understand. I know we in super red pill alpha mode right now, but again, that's why
we're
I'm
in
saying
logical mode. We're going. It's not
you're
alpha.
not in no, this is not logical because again, the studies, the data, and the science is on my side.
No,
again,
I don't disagree with you. I'm arguing.
Okay,
you're saying if you get married, you got a big risk of divorce. Wouldn't that be a bad choice of a woman to begin with?
Yeah, but what I'm telling you is the surrogacy is just as bad.
So having full, how is surrogacy? What are you risking with surrogacy that when you go in the other route? I'm trying to understand how is surrogacy just as bad as going the state sanctioned marriage route, trying to make a family the right way?
So let me tell you why. Okay, for one, you're not a woman. First off, right? And I'm not saying it to be an asshole.
You're not either. What are you saying?
Wait. I'm not. Listen, hear me out. That's what I'm trying to preface. I'm getting you to understand. What do women get, Ramil?
As far as what?
What do women get for having children?
What, surrogacy? They get
money. Yes, no, not surrogacy. They get support. They get welfare. They get assistance. Men don't do that because why? Men make too much money, and there's no sympathy for single fathers. Shout out to all the single fathers out here that will tell you that you, as a man, being that you're a single father, you're not going to be looked at as a sympathy. You're not going to be given any of the.
I'm not looking for sympathy.
Okay, but this is what I'm telling you. It's not even about that. This is what I'm telling you. I'm talking about the sympathy equals dollars, Ramil. Sympathy equals dollars for women. So you're not going to get those dollars.
I'm not looking for that. I got my own dollars. That's part of being a man.
You can't.
I'm not looking for that.
See, that's an extreme. You can't just say money your way out, money your way out, money your way out, money your way out.
Okay,
because eventually you're going to cap out on the money, brother. There's going to be
let me say this.
The money you can make.
You said surrogacy is worse than marriage. You said surrogacy and marriage the same. How is surrogacy and marriage on the same level as risk taking from black men? I'm trying to understand how is marriage. And so you said marriage is just as you said surrogacy is just as bad as marriage for trying to go down and having a family. I'm trying to understand that because the data
you're putting 100% of the onus on yourself. 1,000%, bro, with no help whatsoever. Listen, this isn't.
That's part of being a man.
No, it's not.
Without children, nobody's helping you. Without children, nobody's coming to help you. Nobody's getting. Men are not getting welfare now. We're not getting the sympathy now.
But listen, what I'm telling you, and you're still not putting as a father. Listen, as a father, all right. I still don't have to.
It's fantastic.
What's up?
I think you're confusing two things, right? What they're saying is, if the problem is marriage and you don't want marriage, then go the surrogacy route. It's not being advocated that men who wants to raise children in a two-parent home not to get married and go surrogacy. Right, and I get what you're saying. It is more beneficial to a child to come out of a two-parent household, having that feminine and masculine presence to balance them. So yeah, you're absolutely right in that fact. But I think the point here is for those who are saying, I don't want to get married, I don't want to take that chance, and that she walks away with half of my stash. Then the next course is, if you want children and don't want to be in that situation, and you don't want a baby mama, is the surrogacy as
But
a
this is what I'm
solution.
telling you. But this is what I'm trying to tell you, though. You're more likely to break even with going the baby mama route of the $250,000 and pay child support and have someone that's actually there to do the custody thing versus fucking doing the surrogacy.
No, but you
Surrogacy-
will have control though with the surrogacy thing. I don't think the surrogacy is worse. That you made a left turn to me on that one when you said it's worse. I just don't think it's a large scale thing that wait, stop. Hold on. I don't think it's a large scale thing that an even noticeable percentage of men can pull off.
Okay,
But if you're an individual, hold on. If you're an individual man who got your bread right, I mean, by having your bread right, I'm talking you don't just got 50,000 laying around. I would assume you would probably have to have 100,000 laying around. If you got 100,000 laying around and you could pinch 50 off and go have a chick carry a baby for you, for the less than 1% of men who got it like that, then by all means, that's a good solution for them. So
Listen,
that's where I'm at with it. And then my conclusion is that most men not going to have it like that. So most men are either going to end up doing it either the traditional way or some de facto traditional way.
And then they be right back here complaining about child support.
Thank you. Right. Yeah,
Hold on.
Yeah.
But listen, what I'm telling you,
exactly.
You're still not
No,
getting it.
I agree with y'all on that part.
But hold on, again, you guys
maybe the solution is that you don't get everything you want in life. Maybe sometimes you have to give up something in order to get
not doing the math. You're not doing the math. Again, between the fucking you and another woman, whether it be a ex-wife, baby mama, whatever the fuck, you're not footing 100% of the bills yourself. And you're not front loading yourself with $50,000 to $80,000.
Yeah, but me and Ramil have no problem with the front load. We want it.
Yeah, it sounds good, but neither one of you niggas got kids either. Now, do you?
But we pay 100% of the bills or whatever.
Again, so where's your surrogate? Where's your child?
I have my own life, and I can determine when I want to do that. Okay, but when I want to do that, first of all, more single men are increasingly having surrogacy, so the amount of men doing it is growing. All right, they have data on that as well. And on top of that, I really just can't believe that you're saying surrogacy is worse than risking literally your financial livelihood, your health, your mental health, your physical health.
Listen. Again,
single fathers raise better children already. We know this. And they have most of the bills. The data says,
but you're taking it out of the context. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's worse because you guys have not ever
paying more money. That's why, and money can be earned.
Listen, bro, it's not just about the money. I'm thinking about the child. Y'all niggas that don't got no kids talk about having kids and buying children, bro. It's not
bro,
that.
I live with my single father. I lived with one of the best experiences.
Wait, Ramil, man, listen to me, brother. You being a child and looking at your dad as a parent is not you being a dad looking at your child as a dad. Y'all niggas.
So you're telling me that you're telling me him living that courtship of Eddie father's life actually as little Eddie ain't good enough to give it.
I am telling you this. You looking at fatherhood through the eyes of a fucking child.
Hey, salute O'Shea.
Niggas looking at through fatherhood through the eyes of a father. You niggas is talking about just buying kids, bro. It sounds good on paper, but what the fuck are you gonna do? Again, now you just had to increase your fucking earnings by at least 50%. Okay? Hold on, y'all niggas, y'all stop cutting me off. Because y'all trying to fucking conflate a whole bunch of shit, and I'm trying to flesh this shit all the way out. You niggas have never had kids. You niggas have never had to take kids on your own. Kids, multiple children by yourself for lengthy periods of time on your own. So again, y'all niggas don't know what the fuck you gonna do when the kids get a fucking a snotty nose and they sick and they can't.
I'm gonna wipe it with a tissue. Come on, man. Look, everybody has their first child. What are you saying? Everybody has their first child, bro.
That's the wrong answer. No, they're out of daycare. So you gotta be home from work. You gotta come pick them up. You can't go to work because you gotta be there with the kid. All right.
It is a lot of excuses. So single dads are not. So single dads can't do. We can't handle none of that. I mean, future single dads can't handle none of that.
I was just about to say, little big Nate,
crazy.
a single dad. I'm getting my single dad on right now. So yes,
Professor
those
T. John
things,
Johnson, single dad.
those things are doable, manageable situations. You can learn on the job and figure it out.
BGS Ibmore has been a de facto single dad and helping his daughter raise a grandson. He stepped in many times and took
He's
over.
an old man that's retired.
And even with me being a single dad, I do got a woman around in my life who can do some. I mean, if need be, if there's something that only a feminine touch can do, I do got a woman in my life who could do that. But when,
So hold on, Bernard. Wait. So you still back to dealing with a woman?
oh no, yeah, but I'm not under the gun though. That's the difference.
I thought that was the whole point, not being under the gun.
I thought so too. I didn't know he was trying to go back. That's crazy to me.
Go. He's still paying the money at $250,000 per kid, and he's 50 grand
over 18 years. Over 18 years, right?
Give me free.
So how much is that a year?
It don't
about
matter.
20-some thousand
per year. Again,
about 18-some thousand,
bro. You're talking about 50,000 to 80,000 from day one before the child's even born.
Okay, so I should have that as a responsible person who want to do this. I should be financially ready to do that. Having 50,000, I'm not trying to say I'm not no wealthy rich motherfucker. Okay, but are we really gonna say, especially as you get older in your late 30s and 40s, is it that hard, especially if you're in your career, that stability? You can't have a 35, 40, 50,000. I mean, what the hell?
So again, you're still proving my point. So now how many kids we have, Ramil? We're gonna have one kid per man?
What's wrong with that?
Can I chime in?
Thank you.
It's easy what's wrong with it. That's you're never gonna be above the fucking reproductive rate with one kid per man, damn it.
But fantastic. Hold on, real quick. Fantastic. That speaks to the point that surrogacy is not some scalable thing for the majority of men to do. It's just for the few that are in position to do it.
And
they have that option.
Why are we speaking to it? So why are we speaking to it like it's going to be enough to even make an impact?
Because we're asking what's the best decision for men. We're not talking about impact. We're talking about what's the best decision for a man, surrogacy or marriage. You said they're worse.
Wait.
You said what? You said they're the same level. You said they're the same level.
Bro, if it's something that the majority of black men can't do,
that wasn't the question. We just said, what's the best decision for a man? We didn't say, can the majority of men do it?
Thank you. Ramil, I'm going to ask you again.
Thank you, Ramil. Thank you.
So if it's something that the majority of black men don't have access, don't have the ability to do, how is it therefore the best? It's
two different things. What is the best for majority? What is the best that a man can do, and what the majority can't do is two different questions. We just asked what's the best decision.
We're talking about black men as a whole. We're not just talking about an individual.
Every black man's not equal. That's what y'all got. Why would you think every black man equal?
I agree, but again, we're still trying to improve black men as a whole.
Okay, if you want to improve black men as a whole, get in your hustle. Then that's how you gonna improve. Try to get to that top percentage.
What does that have to do with the point, though?
Okay, can I chime in?
Go ahead, little bit, Nate.
All right. Yeah, got after my divorce in 2004, awarded full custody, 2-year-old girl, 5-year-old boy. I was blessed to have a job as an auto damage appraiser where I worked out of my house. So that was huge. I don't know that I could have been able to do this if I did not work from home. So
you're speaking to my point, little big Nate. Thank you. Keep going. Go ahead.
That's a huge part of it. Having the set of circumstances that allow you to do that, but also men need to utilize their family as a resource. Now, I was nowhere around my family, but working from home, I was able to do all the things I needed to do. Now, I did a stream the other day, a frank discussion about marriage, and I brought up the surrogacy issue. And these are a couple of the problems that I don't think a lot of the brothers who are advocating for this have thought about. In the first 2 years of a child's birth, it's developing so rapidly. The brain doubles in size, the cerebellum doubles in size. So much of what that child ends up becoming has to do with the relationship it develops with its mother, the breastfeeding, the nurturing. These things are absolutely essential to a child in the first 2 to 3 years of its life.
Thank you, little big Nate.
It's just the truth. And you got to answer how you're going to deal with that. Again,
hire witness.
If
No, it doesn't work that way.
It's not the same. It's not the same. It's just not the same.
Again, you
Well, I mean,
challenge
if
niggas.
if I can finish.
So how the growing number of single men right now taking care of their surrogates in the first 2 years? How are the growing number of single men in this country growing at a rapid rate?
Ramil, you're being disingenuous. Ramil, let me stop. Ramil, you're being disingenuous.
Can I say something? Hold on.
Let me say this and I'll kick it back. When you have something that's at damn near 0%, you have something that's damn near 0%, Ramil.
It's growing. I didn't say it was percentage. I said it's growing. I said it's growing. It's not, and it is not close to 0%.
It's coming from 0.
Everything has a start.
You get a woman with really big breasts.
That is not the argument. Once again, it's still growing.
You're saying that disingenuously, though, bro. Come on.
It's disingenuously. That's what the data says.
All right. Okay. All right. Go ahead, little big Nate.
Yeah, I talked about this the other day on Tuesday on my stream also. I know I'm going to catch all sorts of slack for this. This is sacrilege to say this in the Manosphere, but I think to completely disregard marriage is almost defeatist in thinking.
Yes, thank you.
If I could say this, just let me finish.
Say that shit.
Whoa.
If you are absolutely right, gentlemen, the vast majority of American women, and especially Black American women, are off limits when it comes to marriage. But we are problem solvers, okay? There are other options. There's contract marriage. There's all sorts of steps you can take that will help secure your interests in the event that there's the dissolution of the relationship. We just have to, I don't think it's an either or thing. And one thing I brought to light in my broadcast is that we haven't been completely honest about these divorce stats. 41% of first marriages fail. The other 9%, that brings it to 50, are all second, third, and fourth marriages, which are almost doomed to failure. Okay. But only 41% of first marriages fail. 41%. So it's not the 52% that we've been led to believe. Okay.
Well, is that for Americans or Black people?
No, okay, little bit.
All right. We're gonna pass it to game changer. So we're gonna keep the ball moving. Go ahead, game changer.
Okay, thank you. I mean, let's call an F an F. I mean, like if somebody said I got 50% on the test and they correct you with saying no, I got 59%. You still got an F. Let's be clear. It's still very low.
But the numbers count though.
Yeah, huh? I already know what.
No, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. It's still bad.
No, so when it comes to the failure rate, right?
Truth, please. It's better than, it's still a bad risk. Kind of like if 41% of the, or 59% of the airplane flights you took were successful, you probably would never get on a plane. So let's be clear, it's still horrible. Now, I think where people are losing Ramil's point is that he's not saying that marriage is, surrogacy is a better alternative to marrying a competent woman that loves nothing more than providing for her children, sucking your penis, and getting you sandwiches. I think that is the ideal situation. That not being readily available, I think that that surrogacy is arguably the next best thing.
I think
that's exactly what I'm saying. He said what I said. Let me just fix that real quick.
Go ahead, Ramil.
Because game changer is right. Like at the end of the day, the nuclear family produces the best children, and the numbers say that. The stats say that. You cannot deny that. The only problem with that is that you are going to take the risk that you're going to find that. That is dependent on your co-partner. You have no control over that. She can leave you anytime. So yes, you can go that route because it's the best way, and I would agree. But because, like Game Changer said, that situation in America is likely not going to happen. The next best thing, yes, I agree. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify what you were saying and agree.
And Ramil, wouldn't you agree with me, Ramil? Wouldn't you agree with me that the way to deal with how do you deal with an infant that needs to be breastfed? They need the intimacy and they need the immune system boosted. Wouldn't you agree with me that the way to deal with that for brothers like yourself or myself or anybody else that would consider such a thing as surrogacy would be to get themselves a nubile a woman that's congenial and convivial and got big breasts to do the job?
I mean, you can pay the surrogate. You can pay the surrogate to do it.
Sounds like a plan to me.
You can pay the surrogate to do it.
Sounds like a plan to me.
I just want to
be lactating, and
Go ahead,
unless you
Truth.
have a rare
just
woman
to the concept, just
you
to
know,
the concept of the fear of marriage failure. To Nate's point, 97% of YouTube content creators make less than minimum wage, but I don't hear people saying don't start a YouTube channel, right? So we do not live in a world driven by fear. If you're a man, you do not go around scared of this, scared of that. Niggas in Africa walk around with fucking leopard skin around their waist to let you know they ain't scared of shit. So this sounds moist, right?
And also,
you are responsible.
That was the worst analogy. That was the worst.
Yeah, that was
what
pretty
are
bad,
you
bro.
talking
I got a
about?
better one.
To me, it sounds like a bunch of niggas who are pussy. I don't know what
You
to
sound
say.
well. This is crazy, dog. Y'all,
talking about
so we
getting
advocating for
the
marriage. This is crazy,
You
dog.
literally
So
talking about
we're
getting
going
the
backwards now. We're going backwards.
Can I
Yeah, you lost me with that one.
I listen, bro. Wait, hold on. The marriage thing is this, bro. What I'm saying is this. There's not that many options on the table. One option, like you said, you rolling the dice, you playing the gamble, or whatever the fuck. You get the pockets ripped out. That's why I'm not saying married. Again, like little Big Nate said, I think there are some things we have to start looking into, and maybe there's some Bernard, you can have a next conversation with what's the name about, as to where you could do a surrogacy thing or whatnot, or what you call it, a trust set up or whatever the fuck. I don't know as far as the marriage goes, so you don't have all those things to worry about as far as being divorced, great, or child support and all these different things. My thing is this, man, and again, I'm just speaking from a place of experience. Little Big Nate came up here and told you guys, and this is no disrespect, brothers, but the three of you guys that have the strongest opinion about this, y'all have no kids, man. And again, that's not a slight.
It does change your perspective. Yeah.
That's not a slight. That's not a diss. That's not. But again, bro, until you're in the position, and shout out to Little Big Nate, multiple children at the same time, man, is you do not know how fucking on the daily basis things are so hectic, and it's way beyond the money, bro. It's way beyond money. You as a man, you're serving as you have to tap into that softer side. You can't be just the hard guy all the time. And that's going to be extremely hard, especially for you, Ramil. Nigga, you don't give a damn about shit. So goddamn. That nigga's going to be a little social. He'll be punching babies in the face in daycare. Nigga,
That's where the nanny with the big breasts is coming.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Like I said, Look. Single fathers raise better children. And if I do have some kids, they might be some ruthless joints. But I tell you one thing, they ain't gonna be no sociopaths. They're gonna learn multiple languages. They're gonna have music instruments. Not saying I'm gonna be the best, but I'm in a situation where I don't have to leave the house 8-10 hours a day to go do something else. Okay.
And again, respect.
But most men do have to.
Okay, that's not my problem. That's not the argument. The argument is what
Time out.
That's not my problem. So you ain't got solutions.
Hold on. Truth. It makes no sense to say most men can't do that. Ramil said out the gate what he's talking about is not the solution for most men. It's the solution for the men who got it's the solution. Hey, whoa, hold on. The only flaw in it, in the whole surrogacy thing, is if somebody is trying to sell it as some large-scale collective solution for black men. But if they're just selling it as the solution for the few individual black men who got it like that, who can drop that money, then yes, it is a damn good solution.
So why
but
is it
it's not scalable for the collective. Wait. As long as Ramil say that, then I can't find a hole in the logic. The internal logic is found.
I said it for 3 times. I said it 3 times when you tried to push me.
Just so everybody's
can I chime in?
Real fast.
I do want to get Pablo in here. Pablo in.
Can I say this real quick on the topic?
65% of businesses fail. 65% of businesses fail. So I'm just like, you
pay alimony when the business fail?
I'm sorry?
You pay alimony when the business fail?
My nigga, do you know how much money and time
you can start a business for $100. You can start a business for $100. You can start a business for $200.
Truth, as somebody, let me say this. I gotta say this, Truth, as somebody who have started plenty of small businesses that have failed. A lot of those businesses that failed are like some little solopreneur startups where you probably just threw a few $1,000s at an idea. when you talk about businesses failing, they're not all big businesses where you just
Bernard,
paid
could I-
$300,000 for some brick and mortar somewhere, and then you just lost your whole life savings. Like, no, that's typically
Bernard.
not how it. I mean, that can happen, but a lot of those failed businesses are really
Most
small startups.
businesses. Most of them are small.
They are small. They are small startups that ended up not making money.
But
Don't just linger there for the rest
If
of
I
your
could just
life
say this,
absorbing
if I could
money
just say
either.
this, if I could just say this real quick, really
Yeah.
to speak to what Truth is saying, 60% of restaurants fail in the first year. 80% of restaurants fail within the first 5 years. These require tremendous investments of time and money. And also people refer to their business as their child.
Yup.
Would you tell somebody to never start a restaurant ever again?
Do you pay alimony if the restaurant fails?
Here's the thing, Ramil.
Because there's a lot that's lost. Is what I'm saying.
Not the same.
Let me respond to Little Big Nate. Like, if businesses kind of lingered around and stayed there forever and you still had to pay on them, then yeah, I probably would recommend that people should not do that. And
Most niggas ain't paying alimony, by the way. Like, what?
Yeah, most black men don't pay alimony,
and they suffer the consequences of it. So let's go back to the business analogy. Let's just say that you open up a chili cheese fries joint and it goes under, right? Now, and let's just say that if we lived in a world where
Look, we don't need to do that. We get it. The consequences of failing the
please don't
business
interrupt.
are more dire.
Thank you not to interrupt. All right, so
I don't want. Who
now,
wants to
let's
listen
just
to
say,
this long-ass analogy?
hang on, let me turn off your headphones, and I will continue to talk. All right, so say the chili cheese fries business goes under, but you still have to pay the rent on the place, and you still have to pay the, you have to pay the maintenance, and you for whatever reason,
you might have to.
Wait. Y'all can't help but speaking. See, once a business go out of business, you don't continue to pay the employees. You don't continue to pay for a business that's no longer generating money. You don't.
That's not necessarily true, Game Changer.
Damn. Okay. Well, generally speaking,
It's not generally true.
In the chili cheese fries business that I'm referring to, you don't. And you don't have to do it for the rest of your damn life. Therefore, if that were the case, if the law required that you pay the same amount to a failed business that you would to a successful business, and if you didn't, there would be legal penalties and repercussions, including incarceration, then I would say to people that they should be more apprehensive before opening up a business. Yes.
Okay.
Game Changer is right about that. Game Changer is right about that because as a business owner, you have the avenue of filing a Chapter 11 to get out of from underneath that debt, right? You're divorced and you have alimony. You cannot file for bankruptcy to get out of child support and alimony.
Oh,
whereas in a business, you can. So it's not the same thing. You can't equate the two.
But my contention is you don't have to pay for the rest of your life on a failed marriage. You might have to pay child support until the children are 18, and most black men don't pay alimony. I'm not screaming as an advocate for marriage. I'm saying there are ways around the issues that we're facing.
Yeah,
well, I understand Little Big Nate. I understand Little Big Nate. Little Big Nate. I understand that if on your child's 18th birthday you just disappear and never spend time, money, or energy on them again, and you send them a fuck you letter on Christmas, but other people do continue.
Why would I do that? And I have full custody of my children.
Okay, other people do continue to support their kids even after they turn 18.
Right.
But the state does not require that you pay for anything, is my point.
Okay. It's not just that, right? We're in the space and we're telling men to improve themselves and do better and become high value. So we have to consider all of the impact that will have on the men that now went from making 30,000 and improve himself. Now he's making 80,000 and he gets married to a woman making $15 an hour at the call center. Because if he divorces her, chances are, even though he's making 80,000 and he doesn't fall under high value, he may have to be to cough some money over to her if she says, "Hey, I'm used to the lifestyle he was providing."
And why is he marrying a girl that's making $15 an hour? Why don't he marry a girl that brings more value to the table?
That's true.
Well, how many of them are out there?
Yeah,
Right?
but
We can't
wait,
just say marry a girl that brings more value
yeah,
to the table
But we know,
when
high
night
value
after
men do
night
that.
we're seeing that.
But we know that high value men do that though. High value
Are we,
men
are
marry
we
But he's
saying
not a high
they're
value man. He's only making
Oh,
80. He's not classified as a high value. So
well.
he can't go out there and
well,
get
no,
that
yeah,
type of
but
woman.
hold on. That's where you're wrong.
But he
Hold
said,
on, wait,
I don't really
you're wrong on that one.
subscribe to the whole
he's
high value man thing.
a black man. So why can't he get the
Hold on.
top 50% of a black woman? That's assortative mating, isn't it?
Again, no, it's not. But listen, I mean, it is. But
if
that we
he's
know
if
that
he's
we
choosing
know
women
that's
based
not.
off money.
Yeah, but we know that's not how it happens, Obsidian. We know that's how it's not. That's not how it happens. High value men don't. Again, for one, most women don't even. What's the percentage of women that make $100,000 or even over $70,000 per year? So it's
In
maybe
Black
that's
America, that's less than 10%.
okay. With women, it's even less than that. Women is less. If black women is less than like 5%.
Black women is 9%.
3% of men in America pay alimony. 38% of men fathers pay child support. Right. So like you're presenting this as this boogeyman that's a guarantee.
Yeah.
The data that I looked at, it was just a little less than 10% of men pay
But hold on,
alimony, something
but
like 9%.
only 38%.
Are we forgetting about the parting of assets? Are we forgetting about the parting of assets?
Exactly.
Number two, also the alienation that they go over with the mother. You know it's going to go down. They're not
work.
Oh no.
Actually, no, they don't. No, they don't.
Oh, so you're an attorney? Because an attorney disagrees with you. He was just here.
No, the stats say that. Okay.
No, that's because people do prenups incorrectly.
Okay, so judges throw out prenups all the time
because they were done incorrectly.
Not all. How do you know they're done? How do you correctly do a prenup?
One, you have to give her ample time, so it can't be like thrown on her.
How much time?
Two, she has to have her own attorney go over it with your attorney. It can't just be your attorney.
I have a solution.
No, real talk, Ramil. I do. I mean, not to. You ain't gonna get married either way, so it's not
That's
personal. But
yeah.
but the lead attorney, he did break down how to do an airtight prenup. Just he's
been an attorney.
Okay, has he actually? I mean, okay, he can say how to do it. As in, where is these prenups?
No, he said he's seen it where they can't throw it out. Basically, if you get a lawyer, you draw it up, you have your lawyer sign it, and have her get her own lawyer. And if her lawyer's job is to make sure that she don't sign some bullshit. So basically, if all lawyers, if both sides lawyers agree on it, and everything is signed by both parties and both lawyers and everything, they gonna go by that contract, whatever is in that contract. And so yeah, no, he basically said that's the deal.
There's a word called unconscionable. Okay, so if she goes to her lawyer,
it has to be given to her.
But if she goes to her lawyer and the contract is still in the man's favor, or it's not even 50-50, and the judge deems it unconscionable, that's a legal term. Okay, how many lawyers she got to look over? It can still get thrown out if the judge wants to throw it out because if it's unconscionable, meaning if it looked like she's losing too much, they're going to say, who signed a contract like this? I can't believe that lawyer did this. It's called unconscionable.
Holy shit. Hold on. What he said when we brought that up, he basically said, no, the way that would end up working is that woman would then have to sue her lawyer for
But the judge can still throw it out. Is he a judge now or a lawyer?
He's an attorney.
He's a judge. He's not a judge though.
That happens because they don't have attorneys. He's been practicing law for 20 years, bro.
But he's not a judge. At the end of the day, a judge has the final say. There's a lot of lawyers. There's a lot of lawyers out here who would give you advice. At the end of the day, when you go in that courtroom, it's the judge who got the final say.
I got a solution, gentlemen. Yeah, I talked about this the other day on Tuesday.
Does this have
in 1969, Ronald Reagan introduced in California no-fault divorce. 15 years later, almost every state in the union had adopted it, and divorces doubled. Divorce is too easy. No-fault divorce made it so you do not have to have any reason to divorce somebody. If we get rid of no-fault divorce state by state, then people are going to have to take matrimony a lot more serious.
And if was a fifth, we'd all be drunk. And if was a fifth, we'd all be drunk. Listen, man, this is something we didn't cover.
Lobby your state legislature to change the law.
I'm mad that you niggas just disrespected that attorney like that.
Hold on. Again.
I've beaten attorneys in court, man. So I don't know.
But wait, let me just say that. Yeah, what? How you gonna tell a man?
I got the proof.
Yeah, why would you say
Because
that?
I know he's exaggerating some dumb point.
No,
This
I'm
nigga
not.
was
All I gotta say is basically.
Mr. Fantastic has to exactly. Normal citizens win against
He
attorneys.
doesn't have something worth 20 years of law experience. That's what the fuck he doesn't have.
Listen. Let me say this. Let me make it clear. I ain't advocating for nobody to get married, but however, when the lead attorney was on here yesterday, Zero came up. The exact conversation I wanted to have about prenups between Zero and the lead attorney, and Zero even conceded his points on that. So it appears to be a way to do an airtight prenup. I'm not saying telling anybody to go out there and trust it and ride with it, but the lead attorney, holy shit!
Pay that man for some legal advice, man. He'll drop him a cash app and get that man time and he'll say,
Did he say you have to do a payout?
This is all I want to say.
What?
Man. We keep talking
Did he
about.
say that you have to do a payout?
Who have to do a payout?
Pardon?
What are you talking about?
Who say that? Who had to do a payout for what?
Did the lead attorney say that in drawing up a prenup, you have to do some form of a payout?
No, that's what a prenup is for, so you don't have to do a payout. But anyway,
he said it does have to be fair. He said it has to be fair. That's about it.
What does that mean?
Fair. Hold on. Fair means that she has to get a certain amount that would reflect. So you can't have $1 million and say you're giving her $1,000 out of it.
You gotta give her a payout. Give me half that D.
Hold on, is that
prenup? You still gonna come out the bread. Come out the bread.
Yeah. No. Basically, what he said, it got to be something fair. What he said, what the judge would consider fair, and what both lawyers would consider fair is, let's just say if this man, by the time of the divorce, let's just say he was worth $5 million. Let's say by the time of divorce, he's worth $20 million. 10 years later. The fair would be, she gets something like $1 million or $2 or something.
But hold on.
It's subjective also.
Yeah.
What about the low end? What if he's the guy, the regular guy, and then he comes into, he making $20,000 a year, and then 10 years later he's making $200,000 a year? I asked him that very specific question. He said that you could put some things in the prenup that's untouchable. Like, for example, you can write it into the prenup that $50,000 that you invested in Bitcoin back when Bitcoin was worth $1, that's untouchable going into the marriage. You can draw that up, but everything else that can be touchable. And certain things you can. God damn, that's obscene. But let me say this, man. Listen, listen, man. I know everybody say change the law, bro. I promise you this one, bro. Your ass, your motherfucking hairs, as long as Methuselah thinking that Texas is gonna ever give up $2 billion of motherfucking child support money for your black ass, your white ass, your Hispanic ass, your Asian ass, any fucking man. That shit is not happening. Same thing when it goes to divorce laws, man. Every court case is a charge, okay? And I'm not talking about charge from a criminal aspect. I'm talking about charge as far as money. The reason why you have to pay the state to get fucking married is because you have to pay the state to get divorced. So all this you guys are talking about in this fantasy land bullshit, just like you niggas be talking that Muslim marriage shit. Get the fuck out of here, bro. It's not happening.
No,
okay?
you're right, Fantastic. That's actually something I want to bring up, is the idea that the state actually benefits and actually
most of these dudes don't even know these numbers, bro. Like I said, if you're not paying child support, you never had a long study shit or whatever, you guys really need to look at this, bro. Bro, child support is like the biggest legal fucking Ponzi scheme, fucking racketeering shit ever. That's why it's 4D. 4D is not even criminal or civil. It's its own separate thing. It's not even really heard by judges, why they appoint magistrates, and they have the discretion, like Ramil tell y'all. Bro, you ever heard a motherfucker tell you, hey, you got this, they ask you for all your bills, and then you get in front of that motherfucking magistrate, not even a judge, okay? This person not a judge, they're a magistrate. They said, I don't care about that. I'm worried about the best interest of the children. The best interest of the children is the max amount of money that I can award to this woman. Bam, here you go. Well, damn, how am I going to pay my bills? How am I going to pay my mortgage? How am I going to keep my car? So that's not my problem. And then we get back to what Ramil said, hey, go make more money. So this is what I'm trying to tell y'all, man. Just make more money shit. I understand it. Cool. But, hey, been there, done that, bro. Got the T-shirt, burnt that motherfucker, and made a new one. This shit is extremely, extremely complex when we talk about kids, man. And I know, again, shout out to all the brothers on here that, have the ideologies and things that can make it a whole lot easier. But, man, we say this, and I really do. I think this is a space where we need to officially start and get somebody on like a fucking case study of black men, especially being expanded out to just black people in general. Because bro, we got a whole lot of work to do, man. And it's no, as much as we talk about the solutions and the things of this, it's just so much shit we got to do, bro. There's no simple right or wrong answer for the shit. That's just unfortunate, man.
I have a question
Yeah,
for
can we agree that there's no one situation that's going to fit all of us?
It's not. We're not a collective.
What's his best interest? What's your particular best interest?
She ain't getting half.
Hey, I'll tell you. Let me jump in.
What the hell is up with this? She ain't getting half stuff. Like, men should want to protect their assets. Why do you mock men for that?
No,
Hey, I'll tell you.
a lot of brothers feel some kind of way about that.
Yes, they should feel some type of way about protecting their assets. Why do you mock men for that?
I'm not mocking them.
Hey, I'll let me jump in.
I'm being the voice. I'm being the voice of their concern. She ain't getting half.
Hey, Bernard, I'll chime in on this as a brother that's, been a single father and gotten, divorced, raped or whatever in the whole nine and still paying child support. Worst decision I ever made in Germany was letting my ex come back over there. I had custody of all three of my kids when my youngest was 6 months old. And I was doing wonderful. A 6-month-old girl. And life was perfect. No issues. I didn't need no wet nurse, nothing. My kids were straight. I let that motherfucker come back, and now, what is this? That was 2004. I'm dealing with the repercussions of my kids being around their mama. The only traditional two-parent home that works is a nuclear family with a masculine woman and a traditional feminine woman in a patriarchy. Anything else, them kids are better off with just you. It just ain't happening. If you got a ratchet mom,
you got experience, right? You have kids, right?
Yeah. Hell, I got 4.
Okay. I thought I just wanted to make sure. All right.
So Ramil, I have a question for you though. So what is your thought about? Because you and I are confirmed bachelors. We ain't. Our position is we ain't getting married after them kids. Okay, great. So what is your position on common law marriage?
I mean, no, because the common law marriage, a lot of that's you're gonna still have to be obligated to the same things the state.
That's dirtier than regular marriage, but that's even worse. That's even worse.
Oh no.
Yeah, it seemed like common law marriages you're not prepared for. Like,
that shit can be sprung up on you where the bitch mail a piece of mail to your house, and now she been there for like 30 days. You better look at the laws.
Yeah,
don't let her bring it.
With common law marriage, you're forced to go by whatever the contract that the judge pull out of his drawer and say, okay, this is the contract y'all are bound by. That's what goes back to what I was talking about with the lead attorney. That prenup is there's at least another contract. Now I understand men being bearish or whatever on whether or not it's going to hold up. I get that completely, but no, you common law, you under the gun as well.
Yeah, if you want to go the father route, you get like my man Turbattle put it in the chat. Get you a cheap ass Venezuelan baddie, get you a kid, get a job where you can work from home. If you don't have one now, guess what? Make that change in your life. Ramil said, get your paper up to the point where you can work from home. If you got to change occupations, you got to if it benefits your kids.
There's more remote jobs than ever. And it's hundreds. As a matter of fact, they did a study on this. Glassmirror.com. There's hundreds of thousands of unfilled remote jobs right now. They can't even find applicants for it.
Well, hey man, I got shout out to Big Truck, man. Hey, y'all might need to start doing them mail order bribes, bro. As long as you ain't got that passport, as long as you ain't got that green card, baby. She can't do nothing. Hey, Steve beat it, and hey, man, skip her back.
And something else.
Hey, fantastic. The problem with that is after 5 years of them being here, you have no say on them getting that green card. They automatically get it.
It won't be for 5 years.
Oh no, don't let us stay that long, Fatal.
4 years, 345 days. She got to go.
You ship them back. Big Truck, you ship them back, man. She ain't got no right.
Here's your $5K. Thanks for my kids. See ya.
Yeah, she can't
and
half.
And something else brothers are gonna have to consider is this is what I've told my son. I said, your children are not going to be able to go to public school. By the time my 22-year-old son's children end up in public school, the boys will be wearing dresses, the girls will be learning to hate men. You're going to need the kind of woman that can homeschool her children.
But we did just figure that shit out though, like on the cool, like, hey, yeah, man, hey, for y'all, your passport bros, man, y'all might need to get them hey, that's the perfect door to surrogacy, man. Flute her out here, man, for go ahead and knock her up.
Okay, that's another way. Okay, shit, we got another way. So,
Oh,
so
damn.
hold on. So fantastic. Doesn't that put more men in the pool to be able
Send her
to?
back. Hey, Ramil. Hey, man.
Hey,
great
damn.
minds, brother. Like I said, hey, Ramil.
Okay.
We just figured this out real time, baby. Like
That's some solutions right
Okay,
there.
exactly. We just
we big truck, man, and they'll still be not ADOS, but they'll be of African descent, nigga. So they can't hit you with the whatever the fuck. So how you want to do it, man? Listen, bro. Yeah, man. Hey, look it up, man. Somebody start the
get Consuelo in there. Get Lourdes in there. Bend her over and bust her up.
Man.
And, drop a couple of loads, and then about 4 years and 361 days. Send her back. Send her back.
Send her back. Oh man, send her back. Direct flight. Hey, direct flight. No layover now.
Yeah.
She might slip.
Hey, I'm with it. I'm with shit.
All right.
Send her ass back.
All right, we about to wrap this
get
shit
Guadalupe
up.
in here. Get her in.
We about to wrap this up. I went way longer than what I was supposed to. It's children went so damn long.
We've been long overdue for a marathon, Bernard. We got a marathon in a while.
I know, man. I've been staying away from the marathons, man. I gotta go pick a damn kid up from school. See what Fantastic was talking about. You gotta go pick kids up. You gotta go do this. Yeah, you goddamn right. You gotta do it. I mean, that's what I ain't agree with Fantastic on that part of what he was saying. Yeah, you got a lot of shit you got to do. But
and I was overdue for Bernard. So I was overdue to cause some trouble over here. You know what I mean?
Oh no. Hey, I love it every time you come. Love it every time you come, man. Appreciate it.
Ramil,
all right.
going after this, man?
I don't know.
Come on over to my place, man. We're gonna talk about the Steve Harvey piece.
I'm gonna slide on you. Yeah, I got you.
All right. And if I could chime in, y'all definitely want to come through tonight. A frank discussion on race at the Little Big Nate show. You don't want to miss it.
You don't want to miss it, y'all.
You
know bringing the heat.
Oh shit.
All right, y'all. We out of here. Thanks, everybody. Peace.
Thank you.